This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss. Dragging into Southern Tier, I'm happy to be here with you today.
Eric Holder, the Attorney General of the United States, admitted he has not read the Arizona immigration law.
I know it is a difficult task to stand up in front of our peers and say that Congress has failed to listen to voters.
You here at CPAC said yes to President Donald Trump in 2016, and I know you're going to say yes to.
She was very aware that she had the flag in her hands and that the flag was dragging on the ground. That is an intentional action. She knows what she is doing. She then drops the flag. Understand the logic, and we see this in social media on a regular basis, and it's something that Newsweek decided not to tell you about. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, a representative in Congress who is writing laws to deny American citizens their rights, has no idea what she's talking about.
And they are against the vaccine mandate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, you support that?
Last time I checked, there were not a lot of planes crashing into each other at airports, right? You can meet a very, very stringent accuracy rate when it's important, when it matters, like in federal elections.
The quote from Joe Biden where he is admitting that he is willing to lie to the American people. Hello, everybody, and thank you for being here with us. I'm happy to have you here. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx. It is December 1st of 2024, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm happy to be here with each and every one of you. I thank you for being part of my audience, especially during this Thanksgiving holiday weekend here in the United States. I know across the world our audience may not be familiar with this, but in the United States this weekend on Thursday we had our Thanksgiving Day, giving thanks for the United States being in existence, for our Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and all of the freedoms that has conveyed, that has led the United States to be the leader in the world in terms of freedom, quality of life, in terms of industry, in most of the aspects. So many things, in fact, that is why the United States leads the rest of the world in terms of a number of people who are trying to come in. There are tens of millions, literally over 10 million people trying to get into America right this moment. And there are barely tens of thousands of Americans who consider leaving America. So that's something that you don't see in any other country around the world. And that's why we give thanks, because America is that good. Even though some people at some colleges and some political ideologies may not think so, they still won't leave. As much as they tell you that they despise you and the way you think, people like Joy Reid, they hate you, but yet they won't go anywhere else because there is nowhere that is better. Nowhere on the world. And so we give thanks for all of that. And I personally give thanks, not only because this week I was able to spend time with my sisters, I was able to spend time with my mother, and we were able to eat, something that has not always been the case in my life. I have been homeless twice. I do know what it is to sleep on the streets and to not know where your next meal is and to not be secure and safe and prosperous. And that gives me a lot of thanks for knowing that now I am in all of those things. Even though in just the last year I have lost my home, I've lost 95% of everything that I have ever owned. And I still give thanks because I am an American in America. And I do have somewhere to be secure. I do have food and I have family and I have you, my audience. And that gives me fulfillment. That makes me very happy. By the way, I hope everyone can hear me well. I do want to mention I also give thanks for the new microphone. I have 4 other microphones, but one of the members of the audience decided that they weren't sure if my audio was good enough, and they said, you know what, let me give you one more mic. It might be the best one yet. So I'm trying it out. This is the live demo of the microphone. I got it yesterday, and I'm trying it today live. So please do let me know if you hear me more clearly. Let me know if it is louder. Let me know if it is a better sound than what you have heard in the weeks prior. I have 4 microphones, so I always try to get the best sound quality for you whenever possible. It seems like everyone can hear it because no one's complaining about me not having, I'm not muted, so that's good. Now, for those who are new to the channel, and we thank you and I welcome you to the channel, no matter what your political ideology may be, no matter who or where around the world you are, because we do this every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. We reach out across the world because we believe in free speech. We believe it's the First Amendment here in America, but it is a birthright of everyone around the world to speak about the issues that affect you and every other country, and to inform our leaders that we are aware of what is going on, and we do have a preference on how they act on our behalf because they are subservient to us. Now, beyond that, we want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, looking backwards in time and at what's currently happening to understand what may be happening in the near future or even long term. We do have a long memory on this channel about how we got into these situations and try and suggest ways that we can get out of them. In addition to that, I do want to mention that we always give thanks for each and every one of you, because this channel, for the 18 years that I've been doing political commentary, actually a little bit more, we have always been suppressed. We have always been pushed down. We are the underdog. But as we see now, the underdog, like us, like Hardlens Media, like my good friend Larry Sharp, like many others on the internet, we are the news that is unfiltered, that comes to you live. I don't have a script. This is all live, and I'm going to have the conversation with you live, unedited. We're not trying to trim things down to 30 seconds to a headline so you don't know the details. We want to address the details because the devil is in the details, as the saying goes. And so that's why we are appreciative of each of you, especially those who are new. And so we do hope, in the spirit of the First Amendment, in free speech, please do like, share, and subscribe to tell the tech oligarchs that they don't get to control what we say, what we think, that the approved messaging they want to shove down our throats isn't what we want. And just like MSNBC and CNN are learning this lesson, we need to teach that to the social media giants as well. Okay. Enough of me mentioning that. Let's move forward. Let's get into the show itself. Graham says that the sound seems to be good, slightly popping. Okay, well, I don't have the pop shield because I didn't need it before. Hang on. Let me see if I can adjust that a little bit. Again, I want the best sound quality I can get for you guys. Oops. Okay, it's not muted. So that should be a little bit better. Do let me know if that has improved it a little bit. It may also be that it's just a little too close, but again, it's a new microphone, so I'm trying to get the ideal distance and everything for it. That being said, let's get into the program. I do want to, now, for those who are new to the channel, we normally start with any announcements and breaking news. We address that first, then we deal with the international. We take a small break and we go into the domestic. So just so you know what our format tends to be. And of course, we're doing it live, all of it. So when I screw up, it's live. And when I get it right, it's live. And we take your calls as well as your chats. As you can see, Graham was the first to leave a comment here with us. We're live on YouTube, on Rumble, on Facebook, not Twitter anymore because I don't want to pay for the blue check, but we are on D Live and a couple of others. And we look forward to seeing all of your comments. You can leave a chat. You can leave a super chat on Rumble and also on YouTube if you want to get to the top of the list. Sometimes the comments come in very fast in a lot of them. And of course, it helps to support the channel. But also, you can call in. As you can see, scrolling at the top of the screen is our phone number. And that is 929-715-8569. And you can call into the program with whatever you think. If you think I've got something wrong, if there's an issue that I'm not addressing, whatever your thoughts may be, you can call in no matter what your political ideology. I am not a progressive. You can disagree with me and tell me why. Now, just be respectful. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't tell me I'm ugly. I don't care about those things. Don't tell me that you feel like I just don't understand. I don't care. What we deal with are facts and conclusions, not whether or not you like me because of my political ideology. That's not important. So as long as it's respectful, please leave a comment, leave a chat, super chat, or call in. We're always welcome to have you as part of this audience, as you see Graham has been doing already. That being said, going into the show today, now I do need to update. It's been a busy week. Even though everyone took the last couple of days off here in America, it has been very busy politically. Earlier this week, we had an interview with Mr. Darren Aquino. Mr. Aquino is the first Republican and actually the first candidate to have announced to be running for the New York City mayor. He announced 1 year ago. Due to some technical difficulties, he wasn't able to speak with us before, but this week on Tuesday, we did sit him down and we were supposed to have a half-hour interview with him. We wound up having almost 1 hour speaking with him about what he plans to do if he were to be elected New York City mayor, and how would that affect the citizens here in New York City and New York State and the rest of the country as a consequence. So I thought it was a very interesting interview, and you may recognize Mr. Aquino because he was in The Sopranos. He was also in Law and Order SVU, and he's been on there for a couple of years. So you may recognize him. He's both an actor and an activist. I thought it was a great conversation. Also, this week, we were with the Liberty First Foundation on Wednesday. Every Wednesday at 7, we have the Wednesday Roundtable, and we were able to speak with our good friends there at the Liberty First Foundation, talking about the bomb threats, which we will get into today, that were laid against pretty much every member of the Trump cabinet nominees. In particular, those in New York State at the time were the ones that were most known, but it seems that it was every single nominee, and we'll talk more about that. It was a very good conversation on Wednesday. Friday, 2 days ago, we were able to have our good friend Kit Cabello of Hard Lens Media. Mr. Cabello is a Marine, and I'm always happy to have Marines on this program. He came on live. Kit is left of center, so even though I speak, we have great conversations. We have a love of Warhammer 40K. We have very different political ideas on certain subjects, and yet there's still commonality. And so Kit came on to the program. I've been on his show. We've been together with Larry Sharp on panels together, but I wanted to speak with him about the Second Civil War. Is that a reality? Is that something that's going to happen? And I wanted to have the opinion of someone outside of my echo chamber, someone outside of the conservative Republican ideology, and to hear what they had to say about it. Is this a reality? Is this something that he's hearing about? Is this a concern he has for 2025 and beyond? And I thought it was a very good conversation also with Kit. I invite you to check that out. Finally, this week, this is all just this week. We try to bring you as much content as we can, and it's for free. Just subscribe and you'll be able to get all of this. But we also, Monday, Monday night, we were with the Bronx Conservative Party. And we, at their live November event, they had Christy Marmorato, who is a councilwoman for the city of New York. She's a Republican, the only Republican female in the city council. And we were able to speak with her and ask her questions, including at the timestamp I have here at 52 minutes and 47 seconds into the event. We were able to ask her a question about illegal immigration and what New York City's city council is doing to prepare for the changes in immigration law and the potential impact against sanctuary cities. And so we got to get her live reaction, and we covered the entire event from beginning to end, her speech, all of the questions asked, all of the things she had to say. We hope you will find that to be of interest. So that's a busy week for almost any channel that does political commentary and news. Breaking news is Donald Trump has finished his cabinet with the pick for FBI director. He has picked Kash Patel, and the left seems to be losing their mind. The news media really don't like this choice. And you'll see in the link after the show, you'll see links for every single source that we are going to provide to you. Almost all the sources we provide are from the left. About 80-90% of them are left-leaning sources, all of them credible international sources, if at all possible. But when we look at this, I mean, you can just look at some of the comments that are out there. NBC News, Trump taps loyalist Kash Patel as choice for the FBI director. Notice they don't mention Kash Patel is qualified. He is well educated. He is experienced, that he has been in the FBI and he has done some great work there. But just because he has a political ideology that is Republican, just because he didn't demonize Donald Trump along with the rest of the left-leaning news media and many in the Biden administration or even the Obama administration, that makes him a loyalist for Donald Trump. Maybe Kash Patel, and according to all evidence that is available, he is a loyalist to America. He follows the Constitution and the laws, and he's very good at doing just that. But they say, oh, it's a constitutional crisis greater than Watergate. No, it's not. A dangerous and unqualified choice for the FBI, but he is qualified. He's held, this is why he's worked in the FBI, why he's held many positions inside. He's previously served as the U.S. National Security Council official. So he's with the NSC. That is a qualified individual. He has a high-end security clearance. He is qualified. He's been an attorney in America. He was acting director of the National Intelligence for the United States and a chief of staff, an acting chief of staff and Secretary of Defense for the United States. He is qualified. So by definition, the Washington Post, in their opinion piece that they decided they have to have in front of your face just an hour ago, they're lying to you. That is an outright lie. He is highly qualified. He may not be the choice Democrats would want, but then again, Democrats didn't want Trump. At least some of them didn't want him. The left, the progressive left, did not want Trump. And they don't want the Trump administration. And many of the establishment, both on the right and the left, don't like Donald Trump. But that doesn't make the people he has chosen unqualified. Kash Patel, whether you like him or not, is qualified. And he is effective. Now, again, government doesn't run on feelings. Policies and law enforcement isn't about feelings. The news media, MSNBC, CNN, this is why they're falling apart. They want you to believe that feelings are the ultimate answer. In the words of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez during her 60 Minutes interview, she doesn't care about what is empirically, mathematically, and semantically correct. She believes in feelings. Well, That's not how the world works. That's not how America works. You can have whatever feeling you want. You don't have to like Kash Patel, but he is qualified. Let's get that clear. Let's see. The AP says that Kash Patel is pushing conspiracies. Really? What kind of conspiracies? Is it like with the jab? A jab that was mandated for you and me and pregnant women, of a drug that is experimental, that has never been tested on human beings, that did not get through the FDA procedure, that was pushed through in it wouldn't have even made it past phase 1. And for anyone who has studied any of the drug testing process, then you know there are 3 phases to the drug approval for human beings. The first phase takes approximately 5 to 7 years just to find out what the drug does. The second phase is testing on animals, and that can last 2 to 3 years just by itself. The third phase is when they test it on human beings. That can also last anywhere from 2 to 5 years to determine whether or not this is any medicine, any drug, can be used by human beings safely, and to get an idea of what are the side effects. And we've been told, oh, well, if you were against that experimental drug being jabbed into you without any knowledge of what the side effects are, and the requirement that you must give up your right to sue if there is a side effect that you haven't been told about, that's supposed to be a conspiracy? Because it was. Remember, it was a conspiracy to say that the Hunter Biden laptop was real. That was a conspiracy. That was also true. How about the conspiracy Russia collusion, which Rachel Maddow, who lost $5 million just this week, she had to take a pay cut just to be able to stay on air to push her ideology. She was on with America for 3 years in a row, along with Adam Schiff, telling the American people nightly that there was evidence that Russia collusion was real, and it was Donald Trump. And as it turned out, 3 investigations later, including by Democrats, 35 million taxpayer dollars later, we find out there was no collusion. This is a complete fabrication. And the only people who were colluding even somewhat with Russia was Hillary Clinton and the Democratic National Committee. So when they say these things, we have to remember the history and the details. I know a lot of people will see these headlines and they'll go, well, he's just a Trumper, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. He is just a loyalist. That's what they said at NBC. He's a loyalist. He's not for America. And they will ignore the actual qualifications and experience of recent history. Kash Patel wasn't the National Security Council official or the acting director of the National Intelligence decades ago. It was just 5 years ago. This is recent history. So I just wanted to point out that is breaking news, and we have to put it in perspective, because the left-leaning news media, they want to put it in a perspective of he is bad, he is MAGA, which is Make America Great. But you can't think making America great is a good thing. It must be a bad thing. It has to be like the 1930s Germany, that these people have to be evil people because they don't agree with the ideology of these newsrooms. Because they're not Democrats, they're not progressives, so they must be evil. He must be some kind of bad guy, and he must be unqualified because Donald Trump picked him, even though the evidence is apparent, it's obvious, it's 1,000% clear. He is qualified. He's held similar positions. This is nothing wrong. If he was a Democrat with this same pedigree, Democrats would be lauding him as one of the best picks that you could possibly have, because he's a person of color and he's highly qualified and he is experienced. They would love this man, except he's a Republican, and therefore he must be evil. You have to understand the context to understand what is the reality of what we should expect. Obviously, they want you to expect the very, very worst from someone who so far has provided America with the very, very best of his experience and capabilities. Let me see. We have a comment here. Joel says, you haven't mentioned Kash Patel is a POC, a person of color. Yes, I just did. That's because it's not a qualifying or disqualifying trait. Well, you're right, Joel. It is the least. Notice, when I mentioned that Kash Patel is a person of color, it was only in putting him in context of how Democrats would promote him. If Kash Patel was a Democrat or a progressive and he was being nominated for the very same position, they would start off with, he is a person of color. He's an Indian American. They would be starting with his, I'm not sure is he Indian or is he Pakistani? He's an Asian American, Eastern Indian American. And they'd start with his color and his ethnicity. Possibly they'd go into his sexual preferences if they could, if he happens to be part of the LGB alphabet. They'd be pushing that, not the fact that he's been the National Security Council, that he's been the National Intelligence Officer. They won't get into that. That's the important part. That's the part that you should care about. Whether or not he votes Republican or is part of the Republican Party, that's meaningless. Whether or not he's straight or gay or whatever, whether he goes by whatever pronoun he wants, that's meaningless. That doesn't affect his ability to do the job. So you're right, Joel. I didn't mention it because it's not important, except to the progressives who have nothing else to attack him on. Again, they attacked him, and you can see this. Again, NBC News. This is mainstream news media. This is the approved messaging that Google is shoving down the algorithm and YouTube is trying to promote. NBC News says he is a loyalist. That isn't accurate. The Washington Post is pushing out there into the algorithm that he is unqualified, and I've just gone over his qualifications. They don't like him because he's Republican. They don't like him because he wants to make America great, which is an inherently positive thing. We should. I'm not telling you that he's the best person ever, but I can tell you he's far from the worst. I can tell you that he's qualified. I can tell you that he's done similar jobs very, very well, but I can't tell you what he'll do in the future. I have no reason to think he won't continue to be a very good member of the president's cabinet and doing a good job for America. Because his color of skin, his voting record, his political preferences don't matter. They don't matter. They only matter in a campaign slogan where someone, Democrats or progressives, are trying to raise $1 billion so that they can pay for Beyonce, they can pay for Oprah, they can pay for a bunch of entertainers to tell you that they feel like this Democrat is better than the Republican. That's what they did. And they thought that would sway you. That just a bunch of celebrities, a bunch of Hollywood elites who get millions, if not tens of millions of dollars for doing a part-time job of pretend, they got paid. Think about that. They had to be paid. Beyonce didn't go on that stage because she wanted to be there. She had to get paid. Oprah had to be paid to do the interview with Kamala Harris. But these very same people who are promoted and told they're the best. Look at The View, Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar and Joy Reid. They get paid millions to tell you that they don't like somebody, and you're supposed to say, well, that's the answer. Is that really how you want anything to run? Off of that? That the paid opinion of pretenders is supposed to override your ability to look at whether or not someone does the job effectively and efficiently? I know. I say this all the time. In fact, I have seen some of the comments out there of people laughing and going, now I keep quoting, whether it's effective and efficient. I keep saying that all the time because you keep saying it, Mike. I do. It's kind of like the tagline in the show. Is it effective? Is it efficient? But you know what? If we focused on that for a little while in American politics, we'd have a much better government. Much better. And poor people would be less poor if we were just to make our government more effective and efficient. Is that evil? I mean, that's MAGA. That's making America great. That is an America First principle. Let's make the government effective and efficient. That means we have to shrink it. It means we have to get rid of some of the waste. We have to get rid of some of the duplication. Is that evil? Is that suddenly bad? Because according to the left-leaning news media, according to progressives out there, that means that I am skinfolk, not kinfolk, and I am evil because I want a more efficient and effective government that doesn't make poor people more poor. That doesn't make people who are poor or minorities dependent on one political ideology. Otherwise, they feel like they are oppressed. I don't believe in that. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Let me see here. So we did get some other comments. And of course, we love everyone's comments. Thank you all for joining me this holiday weekend. Miss K, who is from down under. Miss K is over in Australia. She's about 12 hours ahead of us. So, God, you're up early in the morning, Miss K. Thank you for being here with us. Miss K says that Kash Patel was born in Garden City, New York, to Indiana parents. So his ethnicity doesn't matter. He's an American, which is all I care about. He's an American. So you make a good point, Miss K. User has been banned. Hello, user. Good to see you again. Is Kash Patel unqualified? Wait a minute. Let me see here. Is Kash Patel unqualified? A nuclear luggage thief. I forgot that, right, guys? It's amazing. Oh, I know. You're comparing Kash Patel to the individual, they, them, who was part of the Biden administration, who had a bald head and stole women's clothing. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find that. Yes. Here it is. That is Sam Brinton, who is non-binary and is a former Biden administration official. He is a former U.S. Energy Deputy. He worked in the U.S. Energy Department, excuse me. And he was the one responsible for stealing women's clothing. So, yes, users has been banned. This is the guy. Or this is the they, them, whatever you want to say. However you would like to say that. And the name is Sam Brinton, non-binary. And we have an image. There we go. There you go. This is one of the famous images. This is who the news media says, this is someone you can trust. This is someone you're supposed to support. This is someone who is superior to Kash Patel. Why? Well, because he's a they, them. Because he's non-binary. Because he stole women's luggage and worked for the Biden administration. But it's more important, he is a they, or they are a they, them. I don't even know. It's so grammatically incorrect. I don't even know how to phrase a sentence with this. Sam Brinton is supposed to be superior and is approved. This is the approved message. This is who you're supposed to support, as opposed to Kash Patel. I just gave you Kash Patel, not one arrest on his record, no smirch, but you're supposed to put Sam Brinton above Kash Patel because Kash Patel is a Republican. But Sam Brinton, they, them, that's the important part. They, them, that's why they got their job. Okay, it's kind of crazy. Hey! I didn't show you. By the way, folks, I didn't show you the image. I thought I did. This is it. That's Sam Brinton. And this is from the article, which comes from the New York Post. This was November 30th of 2022 when he got arrested. Or when they got arrested, whatever. Happy life. Happy life. You made it to Vietnam. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that your trip has gone well so far. Glad you made it into Vietnam. Please, again, first thing you do when you're going to live, and I would say even vacation, but if you live overseas like I have, the first thing, find the U.S. Embassy. Make sure they know, walk in, make sure they know you are in the country where you plan to live. Figure out a route from the U.S. Embassy to wherever it is that you live and where you will work so that you have 2 or 3 different alternate ways to get to the U.S. Embassy if you ever needed to do so. Remember, the U.S. Embassy is U.S. soil. If anything is happening in that country that is dangerous, you get to U.S. soil, you will be safe. You will not be stopped. Make sure you have your passport, that it is always secure, that it is always somewhere that you have it on your possession so that you can leave at a moment's notice if you need to because you are living in a foreign nation. And remember, you just show your American passport and walk through the gate. Go through the door. You're an American going into the U.S. Embassy. No one can stop you. Do not pause. If you are in danger, and I've had to do this myself, if you are in danger, doesn't matter how big the crowd is, you walk into the embassy, you show your passport, and do not stop. You get onto U.S. soil and you will be safe. You can stop then, have whatever conversation you want. Once you're on, you cross that doorway, you cross that gate, you are on U.S. soil. Stop, answer any question you want. Make sure they can look through your passport, but you get in there and no one can stop you. That is international law. It is respected in every single country. That's important to know. A lot of people don't know that. So again, that is always advice I give everyone who is living overseas, having lived it myself, having lived in Moscow, and seeing the attempted coup in Moscow in 91. I understand these are important things everyone needs to know if you live overseas, but not everyone tells you. And this is important to know. That being said, I hope you are having a great time living in Vietnam. And I'm always happy to see that you are here with us. God, you've got to be about, 15 hours time difference away from us? Thank you for taking the time to watch the show even a little bit. And I am glad. And I hope, happy life, that you had a great Thanksgiving even in Vietnam. Joel comes back and says, Chuck Schumer often announces appointed judges as their checkbox traits. You mean like the Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who is known for being a black woman, but not for her career. She was not the most experienced. In fact, she was the least experienced of the 11 women who were black and Republican and federal judges that were qualified to become the Supreme Court justice for under the Biden administration. Joe Biden had a chance to pick that justice, and he whittled it down. He, by equity, excluded the very best of the best. And it doesn't matter if you want to say, well, she's great. No, she isn't the best of the best. Ketanji Brown Jackson is the best of those that went through the filter of being black and a woman and was a federal judge. And she wasn't the most experienced. There are at least 8 other federal judges that are black and women that were being considered and just as qualified, in fact, more qualified than Ketanji Brown Jackson, had better records, judicial records. The problem was they were too old. Ketanji Brown had youth. She's younger, so she would be on the Supreme Court longer, and that's why she got picked. So, yeah, I understand. Schumer loves to point out check boxes. Oh, look, they got this color, they're this gender, they have this sexual preference. That's not a qualification. That doesn't mean they're good at the job or they're effective or efficient. So you're right, Joe. Absolutely right. And it is unfair too. And to be fair, maybe Ketanji Brown Jackson is one of the greatest Supreme Court justices that has ever been nominated. Maybe she had phenomenal understanding of the law, which isn't apparent immediately in her decisions that were constantly being overturned at the federal level. In fact, more so than any other of the expected and the list of individuals that were being considered by the Biden-Harris administration. No one had more decisions, federal decisions, overturned than Ketanji Brown Jackson. But maybe she was brilliant. But all we know is she hit the checkbox filter. She was the best of the options left over after you excluded everyone else. So much for DEI. There is no inclusion. It's only exclusion. Happy Life is, he got some of my advice, so that's good. Miss K says, Democrats been too many, Democrats have gone to one too many Diddy parties. P. Diddy, Sean Puffy Combs, who is, he's got issues. That man has issues. And we know about that in entertainment circles. You've been seeing it in the news, some of his coercion and some of the orgies that he organized. It's, my God, too much there. This is why I don't pay attention to entertainment news. Happy Life goes on. If I lose my passport, am I screwed? It's 3 a.m. in the morning. Hey, think about that, folks. Guy, that is, I love that with my audience. My audience is so dedicated. We've got Miss K, who's in Australia. We've got Happy Life. It's 3 a.m. for him, and he's watching the program. Happy Life says, if you lose your passport, or you're screwed. Not necessarily. Now, that's one of the key reasons why I say make sure the first thing you do is you go to the American Embassy. You can go there 24 hours a day. Go to the embassy, notify them of who you are and where you're staying. This will help so that in case there's, for whatever reason, you no longer have that passport, you still have the capability to get in. You've been registered. They know you. They know where you live. They know where you work. So you're able to prove, and they've seen you. You're on the tapes. So they have some way to verify who you are as an American citizen. You will be slowed down in entering the building or the facility, wherever the American Embassy is, whether they have a gate or whether they have a door. You will be detained, but you will get through faster than anyone else. And you can very simply go up to the guards, usually there are Marines there and other military personnel, sometimes for that nation or not. Go to the American, something else that people don't always know. In many countries, the guards in front of the American Embassy are guards of that nation. This is similar to what happened in Baghdad, in Libya, when we had Benghazi. When the Benghazi attack happened, the Obama administration, the Obama-Biden administration, through Hillary Clinton, who was in charge at that time, they had hired local guards to protect the front of the embassy for the United States in Benghazi. Those guards, either because they were corrupt or they feared for their life and their family, abandoned their station and left the gates undefended so that when the terrorists attacked the Benghazi compound, the Americans were under fire almost immediately. So that's a problem. So when you go to a foreign nation, the guards there may not be Americans. Once you get through the gate, everyone, all the guards, all the military are Americans. So but there is going to be a entrance, whether it's on the side or part of the gate, doesn't matter. There's going to be an American, usually a Marine, is going to be standing by a door or that gate. And he is there for Americans only. It is not the access point that the general people of whatever country it is, they're going to be trying to go through a different process, which involves the guards and or military of that other nation. The United States has a separate entrance just for Americans in most countries. And you're going to go to that. You're going to go to that Marine. If you lose your passport, you're going to the Marine. You're going to the American entrance and identify yourself, which will then be verified if you're on record with the embassy. They'll go through the process of identifying you and determining that you are who you say you are and that you will be able to get in. Each country has a slightly different process, and there are different emergency protocols in each embassy depending on where they are in the world and what is happening in the world. This is why you need to go to the embassy to understand what are the emergency protocols. Is there something specific in that embassy that they would do slightly different than any other embassy? I'm giving you a generic answer because it depends on where you are in the world and what is happening in the world at that moment. So it's always best, go in there whenever you can, go immediately, go to the American embassy, make sure they are knowledgeable of where you are, who you are, and that they provide you an understanding of the protocols if there is an emergency need or an emergency evacuation. Also, regularly listen to the Voice of America, VOA. They have a website, and very often throughout the world, they have radio programs, different frequencies, different countries, which is a broadcast by America around the world talking about news and issues from an American perspective. So they sometimes will give you a highlight about potential of embassies being closed. This happened under the Biden administration a lot. This is what happened in the Sudan. The Biden administration overnight took all of the embassy personnel and evacuated them and didn't tell anyone, and told the Americans after the embassy workers were gone, told them figure a way to get out of the country. If you were listening to Voice of America, you probably would have heard about that a little bit sooner, whether it be a couple hours or a couple days, and you would have been able to make preparations to get onto a flight or to find a way out of the country before everything came down. So again, when you're living in another country, you have to take a couple of extra preparations, things that you don't think about here in the United States. Many people around the world think of these things. In the U.S., most citizens don't because we've never had to before. So it's just part of that introduction to that new country. These are the steps you have to take to, again, you probably will never need to do it. I hope most people who go overseas to live, you never have any of the experiences that I had in terms of the negatives, that you don't see rioting, that you don't see a coup attempted while you're there, that you saw that the city tanks were rolling down the street at you. I hope you never have to experience something like that. God forbid, that you never have to be involved in a civil war as the fighting is starting and you're having to try and evacuate on the last plane and you had to sit underneath the pilots. There's a hatch in the front of most airplanes. Right underneath the pilots, there's a hatch that goes into the wiring in the fuselage of the airplane. Almost every airplane has that. Well, guess what? That fuselage, that crawlway that has all of the wires connecting the machinery and mechanisms of the plane, that wiring, there's a crawl space underneath. And I was sitting in there with another guy leaving Tbilisi, Soviet Georgia, on the last flight out as there was a civil war being enacted. And I was on that flight with another guy, and we were smoking cigarettes and just hanging out below the airline pilots. And that's how I got out of Soviet Georgia. It was a very unique time. I don't want anyone to have to experience that kind of experience of wondering, will I be able to get onto that plane, or are they going to stop me first? Will I get through all the roadblocks because I didn't know I needed to be on the road 5 hours earlier? That you have to smuggle, and thank God for the people I knew there, that I was, and the business that I was working for at the time, private business, that they were able to get me the plane ticket, get me smuggled onto the plane and into the fuselage. No seats left on the plane. The only way I was getting on that plane is if I was in the fuselage or I was in the cargo area. And obviously, cargo area, you'll die. But they put me in the fuselage instead, right below the pilots. And I was there for the entire flight. Popped up a couple times to talk to the pilots, get a couple of drinks of vodka. But other than that, I was down in the fuselage, in the crawl space, smoking cigarettes with another guy who happened to be a Georgian national, but we couldn't stay. I don't want anyone to have that experience. So that's why I share this with you. I hope that this gives you, I don't want you to be scared, happy life. I want you to be informed. And for everyone else that's overseas that watches this program and you're living overseas, I want you to be informed. Don't be scared. Now you have information. Now you're prepared. And 90% of the time, it's not going to affect you. 90% of the countries in the world never going to have these crazy experiences. And I'm glad. But it's that 10% of the time where you do have it, having the plan makes a massive difference. Having a plan is the difference between running around like a chicken without your head and bouncing off the walls terrified and being calm enough to make sure you're safe. 10%, that's the difference. So I just wanted to share that. Okay. Yes, thank you, and I'm glad that you'll take the advice and share it with other people. There are other people. I mean, when I was living in Moscow and we were going through that, there was a couple of people. One woman, the first time I ever heard a woman whose name was Michaela, which is Michael with an A. I had never heard that as a woman's name before. I think she was German. And we were there in Russia, and she was freaking out during the coup. I think it was the second day. And I had to go over and I was hanging out with her, and we were talking it out, and she was freaking out, literally, which made sense because the KGB were going around and supposedly and realistically they were capturing Americans and other people from foreigners, and they were getting them and they were sending them to gulags, which means you would never be seen again. You're going to die. They were sending them off to prison camps to die. Mostly Russians, but they were also trying to grab any expatriates. That's a person who's out of their own country, living in another country. You're very often called an expatriate. You're outside of your nation. Legally, but you're outside of your nation. So that's called an expatriate. And they were going around trying to find all the expatriates from all the different countries so that they could, if the coup had gone through, they were going to send us all to gulags. They were going to just round us all up and throw us as spies into gulags. And so she was freaking out, obviously. She had no family. She hadn't made all the plans that I'm talking about. She hadn't made. I had friends at the German embassy, the Australian embassy, the Austrian embassy, the Irish embassy, as well as the American embassy. And I had plans with several of my friends from around the different countries that I was going to initially, of course, go with the Americans and go with my fellow Marines. And they knew I was a Marine. I'd hung out with them. We had several conversations. So I knew what their procedures were to get out. And I had a couple of points that if I had to, I knew where I could get so I could meet up with them and I could evacuate with them. But if I couldn't, and for whatever reason, I had backup plans. Okay, I know the Germans are leaving at this time in this location. I knew that the Brits were leaving at this time in this location. The Irish, who were really cool, loved the Irish, had a great time with the Irish when I was in Russia. I knew where they were going. I was going to go with them. Most likely I was going to go either with the Germans or the Irish if I had to go out. And we made these plans, and we made backup plans, and I knew different ways to go. So it's the advice from experience that I hope no one ever has to have. And I thank everyone for indulging me, for sharing this information. I know we were talking about politics, but this is important too. And please feel free to clip this section, share it with anyone you know who lives overseas, and just so that they can have it, so they can then go and make their plans from there. Let me see. Let's see. Miss K says, yes, everyone should have the advice if they leave the country. Know your exit plan and international law. That is also very important. Know the laws of the country you're in. Know what you're doing. Don't be like Brittany Greer? What's her? Brittany Greener? What was her name? Griner. That's it. Brittany Griner. Yep. That was Brittany Griner. Whatever you do, don't go to a country like Brittany Griner and think, I'm an American. I don't have to follow the law. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And Brittany Griner found out that being a rich, black, gay entertainer doesn't mean jack when you're in a foreign country. She broke the law and knew she was breaking the law. She brought drugs into Russia. She knew that was illegal. She did it anyway because it was legal where she was at, and she figured, doesn't matter. I'm a basketball star. I'm with the WNBA. I'm black. I'm gay, and I'm rich. I can break the law. She got arrested. She got convicted because she's a criminal, and she deserved to be convicted in their country. She didn't get the sentence that she deserved. That was political. That was the political part. She politically was used as a tool, and she got a sentence that was incredibly harsh to make a point and to make a deal with the Biden administration to get the Lord of War out of U.S. prisons. And now he's helping to fund wars around the world. But she did this to herself. She hurt America because when we have an international arms dealer released into the world who is responsible for civil wars across the globe, yeah, that's her fault. We wouldn't have released him. Victor Bout is his name. They made a movie about him. Nicolas Cage played him in the movie Lord of War. Victor Bout, international crime, international arms dealer. We had to release him from a 25-year sentence, release him early because she broke the law because she thought she was above the law. She thought she was an American and it didn't apply. And thus, there's more civil wars. Immediately after Victor Bout got released, we started seeing African civil wars. Burkina Faso and Sudan, most notably, went into civil war with the arms that were supplied by Victor Bout. And that's because of Brittany Griner. Don't be Brittany Griner. Learn the laws of the foreign country you go to. I have lots of... Isn't it interesting some of the conversations we can get to on this channel? It's because it is live. We're doing it live. And it's because I have some experiences that many people don't have. And are often people are surprised. You know, it's like when they say, oh, do you speak Russian? Да, я знаю немного по-русски, да. Я сказал сейчас очень плохой, да. Yeah, my Russian's really bad right now. But I know it. And if I had to be stuck in Russia, I will feed myself. I will be able to survive. But people don't expect that. They don't realize you never know who knows what. And sometimes it's just great hearing that. So I'm glad Happy Life is doing well. I'm glad that his plan is working out and that he's having, sounds like so far, a good experience. And now he has some extra advice. So he has even more assurance that he can enjoy himself and he can live the life he wants to because he has that backup plan now, which is fantastic. Joel says, I've been to Brazil several times. It's been very friendly there. But I still did some research about safety and laws about traveling there. Great advice that I'm providing. Exactly. And, you know, Brazil, great country. Not somewhere I wouldn't consider Brazil a hellhole or a war zone, but it's not exactly perfectly safe. No country is. So just knowing these things. And again, you don't have to go to the embassy if you're going to be there for a day. But you're going to be there 3 months or more. Go to embassy. Make sure they know. I was there a year and a half in Moscow. Well, Soviet Union. Couple of places. Riga, Tbilisi, Moscow. Year and a half. And it was good. It was good that I knew the Marines there, and also being a Marine. And I knew the embassy personnel. And I knew embassy personnel of several embassies. Several low-level ambassadors. I knew several of them at the time. And that helped a lot. Made a big difference. All right. So, we were talking about Kash Patel, and we had just gone over that. From this, and so that was the breaking news, talking about Kash Patel, talking about qualifications. Who is, in fact, qualified? What is qualified? Especially in a time where we're being told that only the approved messages count, but they won't tell us that their approval is based on their adherence to a political ideology. And that isn't a qualification. We're not being told the whole story. And this is why, and more and more people have noticed that, that's why CNN has had its ratings crumble, just destroyed. It's the reason why MSNBC is going to be sold off, and they will no longer be able to say NBC in their name. They have to come up with a new name. I heard spin.org is one of the names they may get, which I thought was pretty funny. And it's the reason why Rachel Maddow took a $5 million pay cut. There's a reason why Morning Joe, Mika and Joe are saying they could be out of a job tomorrow, if not next year. They may lose their jobs. Why? Because no one trusts them. Because they lied to you. I didn't. I've told you for years, Joe Biden is a part-time zombie president, that he was not mentally fit to do the job, and that the 25th Amendment should have been enacted against him because he's incapable and he is harming America with his inability to handle the job. And I was right. I still don't know who's in charge of America 18 hours a day at this point. And no one will tell us, and the people who are supposed to tell us, who have the access to let us know, well, that's MSNBC, that's CNN, that's ABC, CBS, that's the New York Times. They have 10,000 employees. They make tens of millions of dollars a year. They have huge staff offices in D.C. They know. They're not telling you, but they know. And that's why people aren't watching them anymore. And more people are watching us. And I'm grateful for that. Please subscribe. Share. Let more people hear this. And let's have these conversations. You never know what we will be able to go into. But one thing you will know is we will always be honest with you. I will tell you, I will show you the evidence that I have, and I will tell you what I know. And we can decide from there. Moving forward. Yes, Miss K. Joe Biden is a puppet, but I like to say he is I think the most accurate description is he is a part-time zombie president, because that's functionally what he is. Now, I do need to mention one other thing that's come up. I found this out literally half an hour before the show started today. I found out that I, along with the Liberty First Foundation, are nominated for a Gundy. The Gundies. This is obviously kind of like the Oscars. It is a awards show within the gun Second Amendment industry, the whole realm of the Second Amendment and the gun industry. They have their own awards show, much like the Oscars. They call them the Gundies, and under the top voices of the Second Amendment, of individuals defending the Second Amendment in America, some of the nominees, this is sponsored by the Gun Owners of America, otherwise known as the GOA, of the nominees, and you may know some of these individuals like Colion Noor. I watch his program on a regular basis. He's very good. I know his program. I'm not as familiar with some of the other names. I have heard of DC Drano. I'm familiar with some of that content. But here it is. The Liberty First Foundation. Who am I part of? I work alongside the Liberty First Foundation. Who do I do a roundtable discussion every week with, every Wednesday at 7 p.m.? The Liberty First Foundation. Who have I've been working with them for years. And they are up for the top voice of the Second Amendment under the Gundies, and you can vote for us. You can vote once per day, one vote per day. If you go to the website, which is the Gundies, GUNDIES.com, and go to the top voices of the USA, you give them their email, you can go and vote for us. Now, I mean, we're up against some top tier competition. I mean, Coleon Noor is famous, nationally famous, big time famous. And so is DC Drano. We're talking about some very famous individuals that are in competition. And those are just 2 of 10 other individuals that are very accomplished. I'm not putting anyone down in the category. But I think the roundtable, my peers, Mike Marshall, Frank Johnson, Dal Grimm, Jan Rains, and myself, we do an excellent job of providing you information about gun rights, the Second Amendment, laws that are affecting American citizens, the Constitution, the constitutional foundation of this nation, and how it applies to everything going on today, and just general activities that are going on, as well as live events. I think we cover a broad base with the Liberty First Foundation, and I already voted. They got my vote already, and it would be nice if you vote as well. Especially if you're members of the Gun Owners of America. So go ahead and check that out. Again, the link will be in the description, but I wanted to share that with everyone because I've never been directly or indirectly up for an award like this before. I have gotten a couple of awards. I have been presented with awards for different humanitarian things, mostly in line with my help with being a homelessness advocate, an advocate to end homelessness. So I've gotten a few awards for that. I don't talk much about that because that's politics shouldn't be involved in the advocacy I do, which is why you don't hear me talk about the advocacy, the programs and issues that I work on to try and help kids, that help homelessness. I don't really talk about that too much, but I've gotten a couple of awards from that. But what I will talk about is this. This is nice. I've never been up for an award like this in this kind of competition. And mind you, I'm only part of the ensemble that makes up the Liberty First Foundation. But I do want to give them credit for what they have done, and I am part of that. So voting for them in this is kind of voting for me. And a lot of people didn't even know that there was such a thing as the Gundies. That the gun industry, the Second Amendment industry supporters in America, that we have an award show. We do. There you go. Getting a little more serious, though. Syria. Syria is a problem. And why is Syria a problem? Because Trump is going to be president again. And right now, we are seeing an increase in activity, not just in the Middle East in terms of Syria, but we're also seeing actions with Hezbollah. We're seeing actions with Ukraine and Russia. We're seeing a lot of the hot spots around the world are both heating up in terms of the fighting, but also cooling down to an extent in terms of the rhetoric, the wording, and the communications. They're trying to find a way out. We've already heard that from Putin. Putin already said, I don't care about Joe Biden, but I will talk with Donald Trump, and we will try and get to a peace deal, at least a ceasefire with Donald Trump. So Joe Biden is lame duck. Everyone knows he's a lame duck. And it doesn't matter what Joe Biden does at this point. No one cares. because he's a lame duck. He can't do anything. Not just because he's a part-time zombie, but because he has no power. Literally, he has no capability. Anything he tries to do that's going to be dramatic is going to be blocked as much as is possible, except when he does something stupid, like authorize the use of long-range U.S. missiles against Russia. That's an escalation. That is trying to increase the war in the Ukraine. That is an effort to extend the war. I don't understand it. It makes no sense. We've been talking about it on this program for a while. All that does is guarantee more war in Europe. That's it. It doesn't help the Ukrainians. It's not going to get them closer to winning. It's not going to get this to end faster. All it does is extend the war. I don't know why Biden did it. And I don't know that Biden did it, since he is a part-time zombie president. He only works from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., 5 days a week. So it could have been someone completely different gave the authorization to Ukraine to use U.S. rockets, long-range rockets, to attack the interior of Russia, which obviously escalated the situation. And now Russia's talking about authorizing limited and tactical nuclear weapons. Do I think they'll do it? No. But they're making the threat. They're escalating their capabilities. And they're telling everyone, shut Biden down. Tell him to shut up. He's not making this better. It's not better for Zelensky. It's not better for the Ukraine. It's not better for Russia or Putin. Stop increasing the fighting. I mean, this should be simple. No one, and I understand Biden wants to feel important. The Ukraine is his thing. This is a war he essentially started on his own. By his consequence of the actions of the Biden-Harris administration, starting with the Taliban, going all the way to today, what's happened in the Ukraine is a problem from the Biden-Harris administration. They are the root and the cause of this situation the world sees itself in now. But he wants this war. He wants this war to continue. So he is pushing for that. I hope someone just shuts him down completely. He needs to stop. But because we see Russia is now saying they are willing to come to the table to talk ceasefire at least and peace at most, and and even Zelensky has now said, not a problem. He would do a peace deal if Russia were to allow the remaining part of Ukraine. So Russia's going to keep the eastmost portion of the Ukraine. He will keep the southern parts of the Ukraine that they have captured, which is everything that Putin wanted. He wanted the farms, he wanted the fertilizer, he wanted the uranium, he wanted access to the Black Sea and the Crimea. He has that. That is something that is initially all that Russia wanted, and they got it all. So Zelensky is now saying that he will let that go. They will stop fighting as long as they can join NATO. That will never happen. Russia will never let that happen. But I believe it's a tactic, much like I don't think Putin will use nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons, or any nuclear weapon. At this point, I don't think they'll do that. But authorizing that use and making it clear they have hypersonic missiles that cannot be shot down and they can carry nuclear payloads, that is a negotiation tactic. They're upping the ante to have a better negotiating standpoint. And there's not much better than saying, I have an international, an ICBM that is hypersonic and can carry multiple nuclear warheads, and we got plenty of them. That's a pretty strong hand to be dealing with in a negotiation. So Zelensky said, oh, well, we want NATO. He's never going to get NATO. But I do think, and I have said on this program, I've said it with Larry Sharp on his program, a couple of other places, I do think that we will see in January, initially before Biden started escalating it, I thought we could have had a peace deal by January, by the time Trump gets in office. That's not possible anymore because Biden escalated the problem and made it worse. And the fighting increased because of that. So now I say it is possible we will have a ceasefire by the time Trump takes office. And thereafter, shortly thereafter, I think we will see a peace deal, which will involve Russia keeps everything they've captured so far. Ukraine isn't a member of NATO, but they are an independent nation, and that they can get certain assurances from NATO that if Russia were to continue to fight, that they would get continued support, that they would have contingent arms deals and ammunition deals, supply efforts would be contingent on the sideline, ready that if Russia does anything more, they will activate immediately. Also, we would see sanctions that are against Russia right now, they would be deactivated. And as long as Russia abides by the ceasefire and the peace talks, those sanctions would go away. If Russia doesn't abide by the peace talks and the ceasefire, then those sanctions would reactivate. Here's the thing that's important about that. The thing that's important about the Ukraine-Russia peace talks and ceasefire. We desperately, the world wants there to be a ceasefire. And more importantly, a peace. And we want to see it before April. This is the key. I'm giving you the window. No one wants to talk about this. They minimize this so much. But we have been talking about the global food crisis since February of 2022 that we see right now. There is between 30 to 40% less food in the world today than in 2019. And that is in part because of the war and also because of the Houthis in the Red Sea. That's why people are starving around the world as we speak. You don't feel it in America. Most first world nations don't really notice it. The prices went up a little bit, but you don't really notice a lack of food. But the rest of the world isn't as bountiful or rich as America and most first world nations. They do feel it. There are people starving throughout Africa and many third world nations because the Ukraine isn't making food. They're not farming. So, and they are the third largest wheat provider in the world. They're the second largest fertilizer supplier in the world. So there's less fertilizer to grow crops around the world, and there's less crops coming from one of the main sources of crops in the world. People are starving. If Russia has a extended ceasefire or a peace with the Ukraine before April, right about April, when the ground thaws, which would be the time that farmers would start, and I'm not a farmer, but as I understand it, it's right about April when the ground is thawed that they can go out, start plowing the ground, and start their farming process again, planting the seeds so that they can grow, so that by October, we'll have crops that they can then reap and have distributed around the world. This is a long-term process. It takes a year to restart this process. We have to get out of the winter. The ground has to thaw. Farmers have to plant the crops. They grow, and then we reap those crops, and then they get shipped out. So literally, if we are correct, and I think the impetus is to get this done before April so that the crops for 2026 can be planted so that they can grow. Well, the only way we can do that is they have to have the peace deal by April, and that would mean that there would be more food in the world, less food riots, less starvation. That's good for the world. There'll be more money for the Ukraine and for Russia, since they're the ones selling they're still fertilizing crops, they have to sell it. So that will mean more money. So that will help the Russian economy. It will help the Ukrainian economy. It means that America has to give Ukraine less money if any at all, but definitely less, and that's for recovery, not for war. So it'll be helping the farmers to actually plant food, which helps bring down the cost of food in the world, which means in America, food prices would go down, and that would be very important. That helps poor people in America be less poor. So this is important to you, the American citizen. You want this. You want this ceasefire and peace deal by April so that the food can be planted, the crops can be sown, and it can come out. Now, we're not going to get back to where we were in 2019 by 2026. Not going to happen. There's a bunch of fields that have mines in them. There's exploded ordnance all over the place. There's no infrastructure. It's going to take time, but there will be more. Farmers can go back to where their farms, in some cases, are clear, but they were just hiding out because of the fighting. They can go back. We can get more food in the world, building back up to where we were in 2019. You want to see this. You want this. In addition, the whole reason why Russia is working so closely with China and with Iran and North Korea right now is because of the sanctions that Joe Biden put on Russia. And that drew them all together because Russia have maintained their economy by doing all of their deals instead of with Europe and the rest of the world. They're doing them with Iran and with China. And it's been effective for them. But Russia would much rather have less sanctions and to be able to do oil and gas trades at full prices with Europe, to be able to sell the food and all of their goods to Europe. They'd rather have that than to have to rely on the Chinese, who are not rich and can't afford everything that they need, and Iran, which is hyper restrictive, on top of the fact that Russia hates China and Russia hates Iran. They hate them. They would love to kill them as fast as almost anyone except America. And that's why they're working together out of necessity, because they were drawn together by Joe Biden and his bad policies that have no plan. So we desperately want to see a ceasefire and a peace deal by April. It helps the world. Nobody has bothered. I look at a lot of coverage out there. Nobody breaks this down for you. Yes, it takes a couple of minutes to explain it all, to explain all the consequences of this. They stop at, well, there might be a ceasefire, there might not, and that could be maybe kind of good. No, this is all that happens. If you get that, this is what follows, which is why it's so important that Joe Biden needs to stop trying to escalate the situation, because it makes it harder to get that ceasefire and or peace deal, which means there's no food. The food doesn't get out. People starve throughout the third world, and prices are higher for everyone else in the world. It is counterproductive. He is hurting us, including the people in the Ukraine. It is harder for them. They have no infrastructure. They've lost a lot of their people, especially young men. They need to rebuild. We need this. I hope that makes that clear. Now, I know I've gone on with that for a little bit, but I want to make it clear because you aren't getting this. No one's talking about the consequences. No one's telling you why it's so important for Putin to talk to Donald Trump. It's not because they're buddies. It's not because of MAGA. It's not because of conservatism. It's because of food, the cost of food and the availability of food around the world. It's about global stability. People are rioting because they're hungry. If we are able to have more food planted by 2026, there's less people who are starving, less people who are rioting, less terrorism. It is good for everyone. Do you see the dominoes? How this falls one after the other. This is why we have to have this extended conversation, because you can't say that in 30 seconds. The best and most intelligent people can't say this in 30 seconds. It takes time, so it's understandable. And once you understand that, you realize Biden is hurting the world by escalating this. Even if you, I have no problem with Ukraine being independent. I would love to see them win. I don't like Putin. I don't like the KGB. I've seen them up close. They're bad people. I want them to lose. But at this point, the best thing for the world is a deal. It's just that simple. And it's not this whole, well, it's Republicans and, rich people. That's a cop-out. That's a distraction. I just laid out exactly every single piece, every detail that comes from a ceasefire and a peace deal. And actually, there's even more. It has implications to what happens in the Middle East. It has an implication on what's going to happen with China and how China is going to deal with the United States. Again, remember, if we get this peace deal, Russia loses, those sanctions go away. They get to trade with the world, which means China loses their stranglehold on Russian oil and gas and supplies. And that's one thing that Russia has actually more than the United States, raw resources, which is what China needs desperately. And that means that if the sanctions are gone, China has to pay more for those resources because Russia has other options. They have other choices with more money, and they don't like China. They'd rather sell it to almost anyone except America, but they'd sell it to everyone else rather than China. So that means China has to change their policies. They have to be less aggressive. They don't go into Taiwan because they don't have the resources for it, because they don't have Russia tied to their legs anymore. And therefore, North Korea, if China is not in a position to go after Taiwan, if China is now having to pay more and they will experience inflation, whether they admit it or not, they will be experiencing inflation because now they have to compete with the world for the resources that Russia would rather sell to anyone but them. Then North Korea doesn't get all the extra funding they need, and more importantly, all the extra food and resources they need for their people who are starving, who are deprived. And so they can't maintain this push towards hypersonic missiles and drones, and therefore they have to scale back their military aggressiveness. Again, global stability is increasing at every single step in this process. Is it perfect? No. Is every single one of those things going to happen by April? No, absolutely not. But this is the process. These are the dominoes that we are trying to place in front of us to knock them over one by one. And Joe Biden is messing that up. Joe Biden is screwing the pooch and making it impossible for these things to happen. All because the approved media doesn't want to take the time to talk to you. Because the approved media just wants you to do what they say. I hope that made a lot of sense to people. I hope that was clear. I hope you now have a better understanding of that aspect of the international politics and why this is so important. Okay. Now, with that said, give me a second. Throat dry. Yes, Miss K. Thank you for voting, Miss K. And also, yes, you're right. I would rather have an award for helping the homeless. Whether it's public or not, I don't care. But I would rather help, and more importantly, I would rather help people not be homeless, long-term or short-term, than to get any other award. And I try. I try my best when I can. But it is nice to get recognition. And it is nice to know that we are reaching people. And it's fulfilling to know that conversations like I just had with Happy Life about living overseas, or like I'm having right now about the international policy and everything that's involved and how it helps bring more peace to the world and helps the U.S. economy and helps the U.S. people as much as it helps the people in the Ukraine. It helps to see the recognition that, yeah, people are hearing it, that even if it's just the peers, that they recognize that. I mean, I'd love to be at 2,000 subscribers, folks. I don't think that's a lot to ask for. Want to get to 5,000. I want to get maybe 2,000 by the end of the year, 5,000 next year. Not asking for the world. And it's nice to know that there's some people, our peers, who recognize the effort and say, even if you don't have those numbers, you're doing quality work. And I do appreciate that. Okay. So I've been saying that. And let me check some. Did I have my phone? I'm making sure I didn't miss any calls here. No, I didn't. Hang on one second. Okay, sorry. Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss any of your phone calls, folks. And remember, you can always call in. If there's anyone who disagrees with my analysis of Ukraine, Russia, in dealing with the Trump administration and why the Biden administration is causing a problem to the world, I'm happy to hear that. You can leave a comment, you can super chat. That's on Facebook, that's on YouTube, that's on Rumble. Either way, or you can call in if you think that I've misunderstood something or there's some critical piece of the deal that I have not identified for you, the public. Because I'm trying to be as clear about this as I can. And this is not partisan. It's just reality. That being said, I was talking about, wait a minute, one comment. Graham says, it's a good segment on international politics. One of my strengths, areas of deep knowledge, reason. It's one of the reasons why he watches the show. Well, thank you. Hot Chicks. Hey, Hot Chicks. What? Hot Chicks goes, woohoo. And woohoo to you, too. Thank you. So we were going to go into Syria. Now, given that that's what's happening with Russia and how that's such a key linchpin, there's another aspect with Iran. And that kind of ties in with what's going on with Syria. And then there's Southeast Asia, which we talked about in a little bit. But the reason why we're seeing Syria become so hectic right now, ISIS and other terrorists are aware that once Trump gets back in power, he's not going to put up with their existence. They have to get their strongholds in place now as much as possible. Because under the Trump administration previously, when it was Trump 45, then he virtually wiped out ISIS under his time in office. He had pretty much a zero tolerance policy towards ISIS, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and all other terrorist organizations. Pretty much a zero tolerance policy. If you attack Americans, he went ballistic on you. And they know that it took all of the Biden-Harris administration to rebuild their infrastructure and to rebuild their people, because the Biden-Harris administration decided to not call all of them terrorists and give them humanitarian aid. Literally, that's what he did. Joe Biden did with the Houthis. In 2021, he took the Houthi terrorists, he called them, he downgraded them from terrorists to rebels and gave them humanitarian aid, about $100 million. They took that $100 million, went to Iran and said, give us some rockets and drones. Iran gave them tons of rockets and drones. And the Houthis are using those rockets and drones to attack U.S., all ships, but in particular U.S. and U.S. ally tankers and shipping cargo vessels in the Red Sea. That's all because of Joe Biden. And that means that oil and all commodities going through the Red Sea take longer to get to the ports they need to be at, and that makes things more expensive. And it's also more rare because they don't ship as much, because they may be shot by one of the Houthi rockets bought from Iran with money from Joe Biden. So they know under the weak presidents, terrorism flourishes because the money flows directly and indirectly. I'm sure Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had all of the brilliant, great college ideas that, on paper, it looks like if we just give them humanitarian aid, they'll stop being terrorists. That's not why they're a terrorist. And he gave them the humanitarian aid, and they kept being terrorists. And they did terrorist things with the money that he gave them because they didn't go to Harvard. They didn't go to Columbia. They didn't go to Cornell. They didn't care. They have a different point of view. So they know now comes the hard time for them because Donald Trump is guaranteed to cut off all of that humanitarian aid and funding. He's going to, not only is he downsizing the United States government, which means downsizing aid to countries around the world. We don't need to give, as an example, Lebanon $175 million, $175 million, and at the same time, we don't have any money for American citizens who are victims of a hurricane. Our priorities are screwed, and the rest of the world knows that's not going to keep going. Next time, they're going to take $175 million away from international aid, and they're going to give it to the hurricane victims. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to give money to say, gee, I don't know what we'll do for the American hurricane victims, but by the way, Lebanon, you need some money? That ain't going to happen under the Trump administration. Which means these nations won't have extra money and resources available for the terrorists in their countries. In Lebanon, that would be Hezbollah. In Yemen, that's the Houthis. You've got Gaza with obviously with Hamas. But there are other terrorists around the world. The PKK, which happen to be with the Kurds up in Syria. These are all different groups that are going to be affected by a reduction in the amount of money that's going to be spent overseas to their parent countries, which means those terrorists get less money as well. Less money means less drones, less rockets and missiles, less weapons, less fighting. This is a good thing. No one has explained that to you. This is why we want to shrink the government. This is why we want to cut our budget. This is why we want to cut the international aid. Because when we give $200 million to Pakistan to try and convince them to be California, when Californians don't want to be in California, Pakistan's going to take part of that $200 million, and either because of corruption or because of intent, they're going to fund some of the terrorism in the world. If they don't have $200 million to be told, why don't you become Californians? The answer from the Pakistanis are, no, we don't. That's not our culture. That's not our ideology. We're not going to be turning into Californians. Thank you for the $200 million. And part of that money is going to siphon off, again, because of corruption or by intent, into various terrorist organizations around the world. If we don't send them $200 million and we send them $2 million to be Californians, which seems much more reasonable to me, then that means instead of giving the terrorists, I don't know, $20 million, now they're going to get $200,000. That's a big difference. You're talking about getting what? 1-2 drones versus getting a fleet of them. It's a big difference. And that means the world becomes more peaceful. This is a good thing. Knowing all of that, Syria, ISIS needs to take over more territory so they have more access to resources, so that when Syria or any other nation, especially their allies like Iran, whenever they get money, they will be able to get more money. They will be able to siphon that money. If it goes to the government of Syria, they'll be able to pull some of it because they own more of the cities in the territory of Syria, and they can get more humanitarian aid. It's very much like what we see with Gaza. Every time the trucks go in with humanitarian aid, half a mile away from the distribution point of Gaza, where all the cameramen are, yeah, they're there with the UN showing you, hey, we're giving these people rice and gasoline and water. Isn't that fantastic? Half a mile away, where all the camera crews are afraid to go, Hamas is standing by the corner going, yeah, come over here. Give me that. All that, give me the food, give me the gasoline, give me the water. Here's a cup. I'll give you a cup full of rice. I'll give you a cup full of water, and I'll keep the gasoline. Get out of here or I'll shoot you dead. That's how that gets distributed. That's the reality. That's what's really happening. But it's not popular. It's especially not popular with Harvard and Columbia and Cornell and a bunch of the colleges around the country. So their reporters, who are chicken shit, don't want to go into danger zone and show you the truth, and they don't want to report about the truth, because then you wouldn't support Joe Biden and the Democrats when they say we've got to give more money to Gaza, because you know it's not going to reach the Gazan people. It's going to stop with Hamas, and that's the problem. So these terrorist groups know that that's going to be changing, that the free money train is going to be turned off. And the only way they will be able to access as much of the money and resources as they have been, or at least close to it, is to have more territory, to have a bigger voice, to be able to have more power to try and essentially not negotiate, but threaten and coerce more money for the bigger territories that they have. And that's why ISIS has gotten active again. Mind you, Syria is a mess. When I say Syria is a mess, Montoya, this is a guy, Montoya, on what do you call it, X. And I don't know anything about Montoya. Just a guy who's got a blue check for some reason, and he has his own opinion. Don't know who he is, don't care. But it seems he made, or he found, this chart. This is the current status of Syria and the interaction there. And if that looks confused and like a mess, it is. It is a big problem. But it does highlight most of the major countries and the major factions fighting at this time in Syria, and have been fighting for about 13 years. This isn't new. None of this is new. This is not sudden. This isn't sudden. It isn't surprising. This has been going on for 13 years. The news media just hasn't talked about it. They have had a civil war in Syria for 13 years. It started under the Obama administration. Do you remember President Obama talking to Assad, saying, I'm drawing a line in the sand, and then he made another line in the sand, and then he made another line in the sand because Assad kept crossing over them? This is that. That was 13 years ago. It's still going on. It never got resolved. This is the flow chart, and it is a mess. But one of the keys, and there's only a couple of key countries here: U.S., Turkey, Russia, Iran. There's your keys. If you take out U.S., Turkey, Russia, and Iran, all of a sudden this conflict shrinks, and it gets a whole lot more quiet. Because no one else can fund it. They don't have the money. They don't have the resources. And a lot of these countries would have to either negotiate for peace or stop fighting altogether. Trump is trying to take out the United States. If the United States is out, that means that, yes, we're not going to stop fighting ISIS. That's still going to go on. But we're not going to be funding other countries in the Middle East as much. We're not going to be funding Turkey as much. We're not going to be funding the Free Syrian Army, which is just another Al-Qaeda, just another Taliban waiting in the wings to be created, kind of like the PKK, which came from the YPG. I did a video on this 3, 4 years ago, that the PKK are the next Al-Qaeda. They are. They're Kurdish, but they're the next one. And Turkey already has said, yeah, they're right now, they're the next Al-Qaeda, that they're terrorists. But they're funded because we funded the YPG, which is Kurdish forces fighting against the Syrians. The PKK came from the YPG. It came from America. Same thing's happening with the Syrian Free Army and their splinters. This is a mess. It is a big, huge mess. And every time I figure out a way to explain it to everyone in a short burst, it gets more complicated. But the easy answer is, if the United States, two things that make this more. Under Trump, if Trump is spending less money and sending less money overseas to fight wars that have nothing, notice, there are no Americans in this. America is not being attacked by all these other countries, except for ISIS, of course. They would like to. But no one is actively attacking the United States out of this entire flowchart of all these countries involved. The U.S. is attacking ISIS. The U.S. is funding other people to attack ISIS. And the U.S. is funding other countries to fight amongst each other. No one's fighting the U.S. We can cut our funding here. This is not our war. This is not our fight. We don't need to be prominent in this. And if the United States is funding less, Turkey has to fund less in this. That's a direct impact. We fund Turkey. Turkey funds this war. Guess what? We fund Turkey less. They put less in. If we're putting less in, Syria is getting less. By the way, that also means that Iran, if we reactivate the Iranian sanctions that the Biden administration has removed, well over 24 more than 24 sanctions have been removed by the Biden-Harris administration in the last 3.5 years. If Trump puts all of those sanctions back in place, then Iran has less money. And that's a good thing, because that means Hezbollah has less money. That means the Syrian government has less money. There's less of a war going on. Isn't that such a great thing? Russia gets a little bit less money, but they'll have less sanctions as well, so that's not so bad. And ISIS still gets attacked by everyone. Everyone still attacks ISIS. ISIS doesn't get a benefit here. They just lose. USA is a linchpin. US spending less money and giving less money in sanctions to our enemy, as well as our ally, reduces the entire conflict. There's less money involved by all the major players. The conflict has to scale down. That's why we are seeing Syria jump in right now, because they need to get a bigger piece of the pie, because the pie is shrinking. I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes it clear. Besides the fact that ISIS are a bunch of fanatics. They're nut jobs. And they know under Trump, they will get wiped out. He nearly wiped them out the first time. Trump has no problem wiping out ISIS this time. So, I hope that makes it clear about Syria. Because I know there's a lot of stories there, and it's very confusing. And a lot of people are looking, if you're just looking at a snapshot, 30 seconds right now, you're going to see one headline and you're going to be confused. You're not going to understand how all of these people react and interact. But I've been doing this a long time. I've had these conversations with you in videos and in live streams going back. You can search for it. This is not the first time we've been talking about Syria and Hezbollah and ISIS and the PKK. I always call it PPK. It's the PKK. It's not the first time. So this is why we can explain this a little bit better. I hope that helps people understand it. In addition, we have going on in Europe right now is Germany. Europe is moving center right. Now, when I say that, in America, the Germany and their extremes would be moving to moderate Democrat. That's how far left Europe is. Europe is so far left that when they try to move center right, they're to the left of the center of America, overwhelmingly. So they're going to become Democrats. Obviously, there's fringe groups that are different than that and more extreme. But in general, that's where Europe is going, to match up with and to meet up with Donald Trump. This is a good thing. That means we're going to have better international relations, and we're going to have fewer people like Emmanuel Macron of France trying to bring U.S. troops onto the ground in Ukraine because he wants a war in the Ukraine. Yes, the French president has said that. He has tried that actually several times since 2020, since April of 2023. He's suggested this at least 3 times publicly internationally, that he wants U.S. troops on the ground in the Ukraine, fighting that war for France. And France just wants to be in charge. Well, I can't say the word he is. There's a problem there with Macron. He's out of his mind. But we are seeing Europe move center right. That is Italy, that is Sweden, Norway, Spain, Germany. Most of Europe is moving, Poland, absolutely. They're moving center right. And that means that the EU has less strength, which means the EU can make less dumb decisions, like trying to expand the Ukraine war, just like Joe Biden wants to. The further left you go, the more they want to fight and have U.S. troops fighting in the Ukraine. It's just a very surprising thing. They always like to say that Republicans are war hawks. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative. I'm a war hawk. I want war, military-industrial complex. You hear this all the time. Who's the one who's pushing for the war? The Democrats, not the Republicans. Not to say there are no Republicans or no conservatives, but the people who are really pushing for it, establishment and left. The further left you go, the more you want to see troops in Ukraine fighting. Germany said they're done. And the German right are saying, we're done. The EU has moved so far left, they want us to fight in Ukraine rather than have peace, rather than get the ceasefire deal that is coming. They want to have war. They want to escalate. They want to be like Joe Biden and escalate the situation and make this war keep going, which benefits no one. Germany says they are done. They can't survive this. The EU is so far left, it is destroying the economies and the individual nations in the European Union. And they want out. They're not the only ones. This is exactly the reason why the UK decided they were going to get out of the European Union. It destroys everything it's in. It is so far left, it eats itself. And if we know anything about the left, they always eat themselves. You want to see an example of that? Go to Blue Sky. It's politics on a minor, not a macro scale, but a miniature. In miniature, Blue Sky is very similar to what we see in macro politics, where the left is, once they isolate themselves, once they tune out everyone else, they eat their own, because that's all they know what to do. The left is eternally, constantly dividing and dividing and dividing, splitting off and fracturing into different splinter groups, and all of them are vying and fighting amongst themselves to be the top of the heap. That's what equity, as defined by the United States, as defined by the political movements in the United States. When you go to Harvard and Columbia, when you go to Cornell and Binghamton University, UCLA, when they're teaching you about equity, when they're indoctrinating our kids into this ideology, it's about check boxes. And these check boxes are arbitrarily ranked against each other. I don't know who created the checkbox system. I don't know who ranked the checkbox system. Why is it being a black trans is higher of equity than being a white man or a black man or being a straight person or being a woman. But that's the fact. White men are on the bottom at the moment. White men are at the bottom of the equity scale. Black men are just above them. By the way, straight white men, straight black men. Those are the two bottom rungs of that equity list. Then come the gay men. Then come women. Then come gay women. Then come trans. And then there's other categories on top of that. It's never ending. And they keep breaking it down. Because notice, it's not just, oh, well, you're male or female. No, now you're male, and it's the color of your skin, and it's your sexual preference, and it's your political ideology, and it doesn't end. It never ends. And that's why Blue Sky is losing its mind. Because Rob Reiner, who is nothing about the right, Rob Reiner hasn't seen the center of America ever. The last time he saw that was probably the last time he saw his feet, because he can't see past the middle of his stomach. Rob Reiner is far left. By any definition in America or the world, Rob Reiner is far left. Now, there are people who are further left than him, but he's far left. And Rob Reiner wasn't left enough for Blue Sky. That should say something to you. That he's far left, but not far left enough, because no one can be far left enough. They eat their own. And that's the European Union in a nutshell. In a very simplistic, and I'm oversimplifying it. I admit it is an oversimplification, but it is an accurate portrayal. Where Germany at the moment is kind of like Rob Reiner. They're left, but they're not as left as France. France is radically left compared to Germany. And they're trying to go even further left if Macron has his say. Mind you, the people, they want to be center right. The public in France, based on the elections, a third of them want to be center right. They want to move to where Italy is. They want to become more conservative. But Macron, he's got all the different leftist factions and fractions in the nation. And that's how he's got control of the government. And they're going to try and make it even further left. Germany is trying to get away from that. French people are trying to go away from that. The EU is dying. Is that good for America? Sort of. Germany, Italy, Norway, Sweden, Poland, the Baltic states, that's Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, will probably all do much better economically under a Trump presidency. And of course, the United Kingdom, but that's separate. But those European nations will do far better under Trump than they ever did under Biden, whereas France is going to do a hell of a lot worse. A hell of a lot worse. And they know it. Moving on. There is the, I had mentioned before when we were talking about Israel, Syria, and we know that Iran is funding Hezbollah. That's a fact. There is no question on that. And we are seeing it happen actively. But that's not just happening in Syria. It's also happening, obviously, against Israel. That Iran is funding them. The money that Iran was able to acquire and save because sanctions, over 24 sanctions, were released and just eliminated by the Biden-Harris administration over the last 3.5 years. That extra new money, much of it was going out to the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas in the form of rockets and missiles and drones and guns and bombs and bullets. And so that's how Hezbollah was able to fire some 6,000, actually more than 6,000 rockets at Israel over the last couple of months. It's one of the reasons why the Houthis have so many rockets. And it's one of the reasons why Hamas has so many rockets. But knowing that Trump is coming in, knowing that Iran will have all of those sanctions back and probably new ones on top of it, they will not have that access to money. They may not have their trading partner, Russia, with them anymore. If the peace deal goes through, they lose any access to Russia. They don't like Russia. Russia doesn't believe in the Ayatollah. And Iran hates every nation that doesn't believe that the Ayatollah is the answer. So they hate Russia. They would like to destroy Russia, but it's lower on the totem pole. They want to destroy Israel first, America second. That's kind of interchangeable. Europe pretty much third, and then they'll get to Russia and China. They're lower on the priority list, but they're on the priority list, and they know that. So with less money coming in, more sanctions, less money, less trading, even with their enemies, then they have to pull back. That means Hezbollah, who's already been beat up, and they deserved to be beat up. Israel had the pinpoint bombing attack with the walkie-talkies, which I thought was brilliant, destroyed infrastructure, and took out some of the bad guys, and isolated them so that they could then be attacked, because Hezbollah, out of the blue, decided that October 7th was an invitation, and they started fighting against Israel and attacking civilians in Israel out of the blue after October 7th. Because Hamas, well, they started the fight. Let's jump on in. And that's what Hezbollah has been doing under the guidance of Iran. They lost. They're getting their asses beat. They deserve it. And they can't keep up the fight. They don't have the funding. They don't have that revenue stream because the pipe is being cut off by Iran, the very source they need. They need to stop. So they've gone and they agreed, and they did the one thing that Hamas, still over a year into the hostages being held, over a year, Hamas has never agreed to a ceasefire. Well, there was one, to be fair. In November of 2023, there was 1 week with a ceasefire. Half the hostages got released, none of them being Americans or British. And a lot of Israelis, of course. They have not, Hamas won't do it. Hezbollah did. Hezbollah said they're going to have a peace deal. They're going to have a ceasefire. Does it hold? Do they ever? There's constant fighting. They're never going to stop because they believe in genocide. Kind of like Harvard. They believe in genocide. So they're going to keep fighting until they eliminate everyone that doesn't believe what they believe religiously. That's what Hezbollah is for. That's why they exist. And their main enemy is Israel first, America second, kind of interchangeable, then Europe, then they get to everyone else in the world. Same thing as with Iran. Same value system. They can't continue to fight. So they're going to stop. So they can build up their infrastructure. They'll wait for another weak president, someone kind of like Biden or Obama, somebody who's going to come from Harvard or Yale or Columbia or UCLA, someone who comes from an Ivy League school that's going to get in power and is going to say, hey, I'll give you humanitarian aid because I don't believe in borders. They love those people. They love those people because they dole out stupid amounts of money so they can buy weapons. That's the only reason they'll kill them. Mind you, if all these, we're queers for Hamas. Yeah, really? You're stupid. Stupid. Because they will throw you off of a building. They will stone you to death. So will Hezbollah. So will the Houthis. Women, you're in the kitchen. You want to talk about being in the kitchen pregnant and being unable to read or write? That's Hezbollah. That's Hamas. That's the Houthis. That's not Republicans. That's the left. That's the guy. Those are the heroes being celebrated in colleges across America. They don't believe in women being able to read or write. They don't believe in anyone existing except those who believe what they believe. These are the heroes in our colleges. They know they can't. They're not going to get as much as Harvard is supporting the terrorist movement, as much as we see Colombia supporting the genocide of people. They don't have the money that these terrorists need to keep fighting. So they're going to have a ceasefire. And they're going to wait until another dumb progressive gets in enough power to send them, to go and send them an email and say, hey, would you like to be California? Here's $200 million. And they will say, yes, sure, give us the money. We're not going to be California. We're going to be a caliphate. That's close. Kind of spelled almost the same. We're a caliphate, not a California. Give us a check. Let the check cash. Caliphate's close enough, right? And the progressives go, yes. But that's why we're seeing the deal. Mind you, it's not a stable peace deal. But then again, anyone who thinks that they're going to see a stable peace deal in the Middle East, you have not paid attention to Middle East politics. You have not listened to Middle East history. We're talking about 1,500 years of non-stable situations. They're constantly fighting. It has nothing to do with being white. It has nothing to do with capitalism. It has nothing to do with anything other than the Middle East has been fighting for 1,500 years. Before there was an America, before your mom and your grandmom were born, there was Middle East fighting. There's going to be. Before there was an Israel, after there was an Israel, before there was an Israel, after there was an Israel, before there was an Israel that is an Israel, they have been Middle East fighting. That is the history of the area. Period. Full stop. This is just the latest iteration of those fights. So is it going to be stable, the peace deal between Israel and Lebanon? Well, the fight isn't really with Lebanon now, is it? It's a peace deal between Israel and Hezbollah. And no, it isn't stable. It was never meant to be stable. It's not going to be. But it's better than not having any at all. I got a comment from Dan M. Cheat code masculine presenting trans... What? Hang on, Dan. I didn't see your comment when it came in just a little while ago. I apologize. But Dan, thank you for leaving a comment. Dan says, cheat code, masculine presenting, transgender lesbian. I have no idea what that means. I'm not even joking. I don't know what it's in reference to. I don't know what that means. I don't even know what it's supposed to mean. Please, leave another comment. Tell me what you're talking about. I'm not taking you down. I'm not insulting you. I don't understand. And I just want to understand what that's in reference to. What is that about? Because I don't get it. Okay. Let me see. Where did we leave off? Tariffs. That's where we left off. So that brings us to tariffs. And I hope this is making sense, folks. And again, if it doesn't make sense to you, ask me a question or call in. If you disagree with my conclusions based on the facts that exist as I am showing you and as you have heard in the news, that's fine. Tell me why. If I'm not being clear about something, tell me why. But I think I am being more clear and more evidence-based than anything you've heard from MSNBC or CNN, anything that you're getting from ABC or any of the mainstream news media, any of the approved messaging sources. They're not being as detailed and as clear as I'm doing right now. And I think you have a better understanding now than you have before, especially not just what's going on in international politics, but how is it affecting America? But here's another way to look at this, because we're looking at Donald Trump in the last 2 days has come out and said, because even though America was having Thanksgiving, the rest of the world wasn't. And so it was just another day for the rest of the world. And Trump was continuing to do politics with the rest of the world. And he said to them that we're going to have tariffs. There's the tariffs for, and here it is. I think I did this out of order. Yeah. So Mexico, actually, let me do it this way. Mexico is looking at a 25% tariff. Canada, a 25% tariff. We're looking at China having, well, not just a 25, where multiple tariffs are going to be going to China, possibly as much as 60%. And in addition to that, as of today, Donald Trump came out and said, there's a threat of 100% tariff, literally a 100% tariff against the nations that are part of BRICS. That would be Brazil, Russia, India, China, and Saudi Arabia. That's BRICS. That's what BRICS stands for, those 5 countries. And those 5 countries have been trying to build an alternate currency, basically the yuan, the Chinese dollar. They're trying to use that to replace the American dollar. You do not want this. I don't care who you are. If you're an American, or you live in America, or you work in America, or you get money from people who live and work in America from anywhere in the world, if you're getting international aid from America, you do not want BRICS. BRICS will, if they replace the American dollar, the world goes into a depression. America, if we are not the reserve currency of the world, that means that everyone in the world uses dollars. You can have, if I have a $10 bill, I can go anywhere in the world. I can spend $10. Someone will cash that $10 for me and will use that money. It's internationally, it can be used in any country in the world for any transaction, large or small. That is what an international reserve currency is. You can use it anywhere in the world for transactions of any size. Every country takes that money. Every country uses that money in terms of a deal. If we lose that, the U.S. economy goes into a depression. If the U.S. economy goes into a depression, the world goes into a depression. If the U.S. is not the currency of the world, as I just described, and they're using the Chinese yuan, the Chinese dollar, to buy and sell oil or food or energy, whatever it is, if they're using anything but American dollars, America goes into hyperinflation and we become a banana republic. And the reason for that is America is $36 trillion in debt at this moment and climbing. $36 trillion. We have more money. We're spending more money than we can print by trillions. This is the reason why we have the Department of Government Efficiency that is being created to shrink the government, to get rid of the waste, the duplication, and to streamline the government because we spend too much. We spent $500 billion in 2023 under the Biden-Harris administration for programs that don't exist. They ended. There's legislation and programs that stopped. They're timed out. They went away. They were absorbed by something else. They don't exist. We're still spending the money. The money was still printed and paid to that. So if we had a program, as an example, Michelle Obama's healthy lunches for kids, and we were supposed to get kids yogurt, but we don't do that anymore, or we don't do it to the same extent anymore. So let's say that program's gone. We're not trying to make kids eat yogurt for every single meal of every single day in school, because that's just stupid and unhealthy. So we got rid of that. But if that program was costing us $100 billion a year, we're still spending $100 billion a year. Even though the program to feed kids yogurt every day for every meal, that's gone. No one's talking about it. It's not happening. But we're still spending the money on it. This is why we need a Department of Government Efficiency, because that's a waste of money. But the government will keep spending the money until there is either that law is ended, that chain of events that keep spending that money, until that stops or the department is gone. We're going to keep spending money. And poor people become more poor the more we print money. And if we're printing money, but no one else wants our money, supply and demand, if no one is using the American dollar, and so we're not worth as much because there's no one interested, because they're using the BRICS currency, this called the Chinese yuan, they're using the Chinese dollar instead, inflation skyrockets. And the United States becomes what we used to call many countries in South America in the 80s and the 90s. I know younger people weren't alive then. I was. I remember we called them banana republics. We called them the banana republics because they might as well have been paying for everything with bananas instead of their currency, because the banana was worth more than the currency of these countries. And that was factually true. It was a fact. They were printing money hand over fist. Inflation was in the thousands of percent, not in single digits, not tens, thousands of percent, and their money was worthless. You literally could buy things with a banana for cheaper than you could with their currency. They were banana republics. This is the 1980s, 1990s, early 1990s. This is what will happen to America if the Chinese or yuan is being used, if we go with BRICS. Now, that's the fear. The good news, BRICS isn't stable. A lot of countries are talking about it because they're angry at America, because America's rich and powerful all at the same time. We're rich, powerful, and free all at the same time. So they're jealous, and they want part of the pie. They want to be more capitalist. They want to have more success, but they can't beat us. We have the resources, we have the people, we have the knowledge, we have the capabilities. They can't beat us. So they have to rig the system. Rigging the system is create BRICS. Make an alternate to the dollar and make it so attractive everyone switches, so that they, being the early adopters, will be in a better position. Essentially, another way to think of that is, there's a bunch of people who own Bitcoin. They own Bitcoin at $5. They were the early adopters. They were in at $5, $25, $100. They own Bitcoin. They want everyone to want Bitcoin. They want everyone to use Bitcoin for everything in the world. Why? Because their Bitcoin will be worth even more money. They're the early adopters. They're in at the basement. They are going to become filthy, immeasurably rich if the world switches to Bitcoin. I mean, they're already rich, but they will be immeasurably rich if the world suddenly switched and said, oh, we're going to use Bitcoin instead of dollars or yuan or oil. We're just going to use Bitcoin. They would become immeasurably rich. So they want everyone to adopt Bitcoin. That's in their best interest. Is it in the best interest of everyone else? Very debatable. But if we switch tomorrow, it would disrupt all of the global markets. There would be a depression initially. Whether or not long-term it works, initially there would be a depression because everyone's switching over. It's not a smooth transition. I hope that makes it more clear what's going on with BRICS and the alternate to US dollar. Given that scenario, now that you can clearly understand what is BRICS, what is the goal of BRICS, and how BRICS operates, when you hear that Donald Trump said, I will charge a 1,000% tariff against any nation that won't continue to use the dollar, it is an act of self-preservation. It is smart. It is a threat that is meant to save America. This is America first in the greatest sense whatsoever. This is MAGA. This is in the self-interest of American people. You want this to be the answer. You want a 100% tariff against any nation that is trying to create an alternate currency. Because if they do, you will be impoverished. America will no longer be the pinnacle of comfort. We will be one of the third world nations of the world because we can't support the debt that we have. Every nation will call our debt and we will fail. We will have a first world nation military and a third world nation economy. Now, can that exist? Yes. It was called Russia in the 1990s. I was there. I saw it. It can happen. It was also China in the 1980s. First world in economy. Actually, you could say that about China now. First world in the economy. Third world in their society. Has nothing to do with anything else. Trump is trying to prevent that. Because that is a open door towards war, whether a civil war or international wars. It is going to be deafening, damaging. It will be damning to the American people. Millions will die out of poverty, out of starvation. It would destroy our businesses. This is not in our best interest. So when I see that Donald Trump is saying 100% tariff, good. This is good news. The news media is presenting it as, see, he's crazy. Why would you want to do that? That's such a terrible idea. Oh my God, why would you do that? Self-preservation. That's why you do that. Because it's smart. Because the end goal of BRICS, and especially for China, the Chinese yuan, is China wants to take over. The only way China gets to take over is to take down America. If America gets taken down, it's a free fall. We're so high above everyone else. When you combine quality of life, income, and capability, put it all together, we are at the pinnacle of the mountain. And if we fall to the base of the mountain. There's nothing in between. It is a straight free fall. Donald Trump understands that. I understand that. A lot of people understand that. The news media, the very people who printed this article, understood that. And that's why the headline is meant to make Donald Trump look insane. That's why the picture you see from The Guardian makes Donald Trump look insane. It makes him look like he's just out of his mind. Because they're trying to convince you without explaining the details, without going through what took, 15 minutes for me to explain. They don't want to explain this to you because then you won't agree with them. If you understand the background, if you understand the intention, if you understand the theory, then you understand the action, and it won't help the left get power. Therefore, you can't be told the truth. You can't get the details because it doesn't help their political ideology. It doesn't help them get power. So instead, they'll give you the headline, say, Trump threat of 100% tariffs against BRICS nations raises trade war fears. No, it doesn't. President-elect threatens retaliation if this should be capitalized, the if should be capitalized. Emerging economies create new currency to rival the US dollar. In other words, if you don't try and switch the world to the Chinese yuan, which is what BRICS is trying to do. If you don't try to replace us, you don't get a 100% tariff. Life is good. We go on about our day. There's no problem. Nothing changes. But if you try to kill my business, if you try to destroy my country, then I'm going to retaliate. Is this not obvious? Does this not make sense to people? Of course he's going to do this. If you try to chop my legs off, I'm going to fight back. They understand this. They understand it. That's why it says, if emerging economies create a new currency, they know that this is conditional, and it's conditional on the survival of America. If America's survival is threatened, Trump will react. That's what he said. They know that, but they didn't want to say that, because if you understand that, you go, oh, well, that makes sense. Okay. Don't make a yuan. Don't try and destroy America's economy. Okay, simple. This is all simple. This is not a big deal. Oh, no, but it's Trump, so it's got to be evil. You want to destroy America. And if you ask many of these progressives, do you want to destroy America? Their answer is yes. They will tell you yes. They want to destroy America. They don't want the dollar to be the main currency. They want you to be in a depression. Listen to the progressives. Ask the Democratic Socialists of America. Ask Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib. Ask the left. They will tell you this. I know. I've been on multiple college campuses, including Binghamton University's campus. I have asked the left this to their face. They have said it very clearly. Yes, they want to destroy the U.S. economy. When I was at the free and equal debate in February 2024, this year, the presidential debate, and I was able to listen to and speak with people like the little Nergalite and Cecilia de la Cruz, Jill Stein, and I'm listening to them and talking with them. They want to destroy America. They're all happy about BRICS. They want the alternate currency because they want to destroy the economy. Jasmine Sherman, that's what it was. The Nergalite was Jasmine Sherman, to be exact. And she wants to destroy America. She would love to have an alternate economy because she wants America broken. Does this make sense, folks? You may not like it. I'm not asking that question. I never ask, do you like it? That's not the question. Do you understand it? Do you understand why it's important? Do you understand the circumstances and what is being done to manipulate you? Because this headline, this story isn't meant to help Trump. It's not meant to help America. It is meant to turn you against your own best self-interest by not providing you the information. And they are counting, they are making the bet. You're not going to read another word of this entire article. You're going to read the headline, Donald Trump's the devil, he's evil, bad guy, don't need to read anything else. See, he's crazy. He wants 100% tariff. What about the rest of it? What about the conditions? What about self-preservation? You didn't read about that. You didn't think about that because you weren't supposed to. It's manipulation, folks. It's manipulation. Real time, it's manipulation. I know I got to take the puppy out in a little bit. Don't worry, we're not ending the show, but it's about 2.5 hours. For those who are new to the program, right about the 2.5 hour mark, I usually step away for about 45 minutes, an hour, so I can walk. My dog is 13 years old, and I usually walk him at this point. So I take him out and I walk him around and then I come back. That gives you a chance. You can check on the whatever sports ball scores. You can check that out. You can talk to your family, get a snack, go to the bathroom, do whatever it is you need to do. And then we come back and we talk about the domestic issues because we're still talking international. We're still talking international here. BRICS is international, but when we come back, we're going to talk about some of the domestic issues and how that's affecting America directly, but also to the rest of the world. Right now, we're talking about how the world is affecting America. So please hang on for that. And at the same time that Trump is trying to protect America versus BRICS and their attempt to bankrupt America, he also said that Canada would have a 25% tariff. Mexico would have a 25% tariff if certain conditions didn't exist. As an example, for Mexico, he said very clearly that if Mexico is allowing illegal aliens to just pour into the United States, if they do not stop this, if they allow these caravans to just keep running through Mexico into America, 8 million that are abusing children. We have over 500,000 children, young kids who have walked thousands of miles by themselves, who have been sexually abused, who have been used by gangs and drug cartels and have been used as drug mules to bring in fentanyl and various drugs into the United States. All of this criminal activity, and Mexico let it happen. Then they're going to pay. They'll pay an extra 25%. Now that means that if you must have your avocado toast, and this is to the people who live off of Starbucks, you got to go out and get your $7 cup of coffee. It's a cup of coffee. You're paying $7 for a cup of coffee, and I got to have my avocado toast. I don't even know what that is. I've never had avocado toast, wouldn't eat it. Can't stand vegetables, don't like avocados, will not eat avocado toast, whatever the hell that is. But if you happen to be one of those yuppie, progressive Columbia students that has to have his $7 or $12 cup of coffee and avocado toast, you're very concerned that America has no border and that everyone in Mexico can come into the United States, but you don't want to pay extra for your avocado toast. So I have an answer for you. Buy American. That's the whole point of tariffs anyway. Buy American. California has avocados. We grow avocados. Don't buy the Mexican avocados. Or don't eat avocado toast. Just eat regular toast. Or make it cinnamon toast. Cinnamon butter toast is fantastic. Have a cinnamon raisin bagel. I love those. Toasted cinnamon raisin bagel with butter. Fantastic, especially with a cup of coffee. You know what? I used to do that for years as my breakfast, depending on the job I was in. Years upon years. I love it. Fantastic. Cost me, what? $2. Bagel, butter, coffee. $2. Not $7 for a cup of coffee, and God knows how much for avocado toast that I won't eat. I don't know. I don't need that. Call me minimalist, call me bare bones, basic and old, but I don't think I should spend that much money. I can get an entire container of coffee, Busquello coffee, for less than these people are getting Starbucks for one coffee. Are you kidding me? Coffee will last me for 2 months. Really, for me, about 2 weeks. A big container of coffee. I drink a lot of coffee. And Busquello. My Busquello budget is less than 2 days of some of these people going to get their Starbucks because they are elitist and they're out of touch. And they also don't value the cost that they don't see every day. They're worried about the cost of an avocado. They're not worried about the cost of a child that has marched 1,000 or 2,000 miles by themselves, being sexually abused just to break the law and get into America, and often becoming a drug mule along the way if they survive. They don't think of that cost. That doesn't exist to them, just the avocado, and they're pissed about that. So Trump is thinking about the children in particular, and the women who've been sexually abused as well in that multi-thousand-mile march into America. He's thinking about the cost beyond the avocado. And he knows, in terms of the avocado, the answer is buy American, which is what he wants anyway, because that will help the American economy, not Mexico's economy. We don't need to help Mexico's economy. Mexico has to do that. We need to help the American economy. So you want to have avocado toast? You have to have that? Fantastic. Go buy an American avocado. Done. You still get to have your avocado, and we don't have women and children being abused entering into America because that dumbass thinks there's no such thing as a border. That 142 countries around the world absolutely believe there's a border and have walls. Okay, I know. All right, folks. So I got to go walk my dog, but there's also two other stories internationally that I'm not getting to, which would be Biden went to Africa. Finally, it took him 2 years. He promised that he was going to go to Africa. Now he went. No one cares. He's a lame duck. He wouldn't go to Africa to talk about any deals when he could actually do anything about it, when he had any kind of power. 2 years he's had the opportunity any day to go into Africa and take care of things. He didn't do it. Now he's going when he can't do anything and it doesn't matter. Joe Biden hates Africa. And again, this is about the tariffs, Axios. Oh, everyday goods, because every day you're going to buy a car. No, you're not. You're going to buy avocados, and you can buy American avocados instead. So with that said, we're going to take a break. Oh, there's a comment here. Dan says his earlier comment was just a complicated way of saying straight guy. Okay, it was a joke. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for clearing it up for me, Dan. I didn't understand. That's just me just being thick. I didn't get it. But thank you for that. And Graham says, Michael, I have heard some Trump supporters urge him to invest in the U.S. Treasury into Bitcoin. That's a dumb idea. I don't agree with it. I can explain why when we get back, because my dog is a little antsy. You don't hear him at the moment, but he is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video. What we do for the break, which is about 45 minutes, is I'm going to play a video. We always play something, either a speech that I was giving, a show that I have done, an event that I covered. We usually try to cover something like that. This is from 2021. I'm going to be playing that for you in just 1 second as I take out the dog. And it's currently 5, so we'll be back at about 5:45, okay? 5:45 we should be back, and then we'll talk about some of the domestic issues out there. I thank each and every one of you. I hope you're enjoying it. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. Please subscribe. Want to get to 2,000. That's my Christmas gift. 2,000 subscribers. Costs absolutely nothing for everyone. Everyone can give me that gift. Just a subscription to get to 2,000. We're not that far off. 2,000 subscribers by Christmas. Is that hard? No, we can do that. We can do that, folks. I will be right back. Here we go with the gun control. Gun control. In honor of the Gundys and the nomination there, let's talk gun control.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I am happy to be here with you today. In fact, I was just about to relax for the day and finish up when I saw an announcement that came through. I've been looking forward to this. It is very exciting in the most negative of ways. We have finally gotten the text on HR 127. It is finally available to us, and I'm really, really upset. And you're not going to be happy to know about this, because Representative Sheila Jackson Lee has finally shown her hand that she wants to deny Americans the ability to defend their families and to defend themselves against those who would be the criminal and the criminally insane that would harm American citizens. Now, before we get into that, If you haven't been to the channel before, we do long-form political commentary, and we've been doing so for 15 years. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We speak to you on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, even taking your calls as you send us your texts telling us what you think about the issues of the day and any solutions that may exist. Because we believe in free speech. And so we hope that you will join us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to talk about everything. Now, let's get to H.R. 127. As I mentioned, H.R. 27 was a bill that was submitted by Representative Sheila Jackson Lee on January 4th. At the time, nothing was written about this other than the title of the bill. We waited 24 days. 24 days, it's an insane amount of time to receive the actual text of the bill, to understand exactly how much Representative Sheila Jackson Lee does not understand the Second Amendment and does not believe in the rights of the American citizens to protect themselves and their families. These are strong statements, and I will back them up by showing you exactly what she wrote. Now, we know that this is not something new. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee has had a history, and we've covered her for a while on this program, but she's falling in line with, of course, none other than Joe Biden, who, even before the election, had announced his plan to end gun violence in America, and his plan did not affect criminals or the criminally insane. Rather, he targeted regular American citizens and denied them their rights, like with the red flag laws, which we have gone over several times to show are being used in 17 states, including New York State, where I am, to separate families from their children, to deny people their Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, and Fifth Amendment rights because of a mere accusation. No crimes, just punishment. This is a problem, and Joe Biden supports it. In fact, Joe Biden even supports the idea of using states and localities, local government, to buy and take the possession of firearms from American citizens who have committed no crime. This is troubling. This is troubling because the Second Amendment is very clear. A well-regulated militia being necessary to secure to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It is as clear as day. You have a right, and it has gone through the Supreme Court many, many times. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. The Second Amendment is not about target shooting or sport shooting. The Second Amendment is there to protect you, so that you are able to protect your family, yourself, and your property against those that would take it from you. And that includes the United States government or any government that would try to impose their will against you. Now, I understand this is a very sensitive subject. There's a lot of people who are very concerned about this. And concerns can be discussed amongst civil-minded individuals who look at all of the details and all of the facts. That is not the case when we speak about Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee and the other anti-Second Amendment advocates in America, they just want to take away your rights. They just want to deny you the ability to protect yourself. Not only to deny you the ability to protect yourself with a firearm, but as we have covered in this program before, to deny you the right to even have a bulletproof vest to protect yourself passively, as we have seen with New York State Bill A352. This is a troubling trend in America. And it's a trend that's been going on for quite some time, because as we have shown, Sheila Jackson Lee, she doesn't know what she's talking about. As an example, we will play this from 2019.
My bill that I've introduced dealing with the caliber weapon, I've held an AR-15 in my hand. I wish I had it. It is as heavy as 10 boxes that you might be moving. And the bullet that is utilized, a 50 caliber, these kinds of bullets, need to be licensed and do not need to be on the street.
That's right. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, a representative in Congress who is writing laws to deny American citizens their rights, has no idea what she's talking about. She said she held an AR-15. I don't believe that's true, because as a member of the United States Marine Corps, I am very aware of the exact weight of an AR-15. It doesn't even weigh 10 pounds, fully loaded. And she's talking about it weighing 10, the same as 10 packing boxes. Representative Lee, what are you packing? And she's saying that it fires a 50 caliber round. That's not an AR-15. I don't know what you're talking about. And most importantly, Representative Jackson Lee, you don't know what you're talking about, as has been stated by every credible authority on firearms in the world. In fact, we know that many women regularly use firearms in all of America and around the world. They do this as a hobby for many of them, some of them because they were in the military, many because they're hunting. Many of them are moms, they're instructors. And in fact, some of them are 9-year-old girls, like in this case.
But sometimes there's a rival that makes him dig just a little bit deeper. And for Coach Clint Upchurch, one of the most dominant three-gun shooters alive and about to leave for the Washington, D.C. area for his season-ending three-gun championship, that nemesis is a 9-year-old girl, his daughter, Anna.
That's right. Who is one of the strongest competitors to a champion marksman, a 3-firearm champion? His daughter, who happened to be 9 years old, and that was in 2012. And Representative Sheila Jackson Lee wants us to believe that the firearms we're talking about are too much. Too much for that 9-year-old, too much for us. This is a misrepresentation, a gross misrepresentation, and because it is such a gross misrepresentation, we have nothing to believe other than it is a lie. Not a misunderstanding, not a misstatement of fact. This is a direct lie, because none of it is true. But why would Representative Sheila Jackson Lee go that far? Why would she want to deny men and women, families, the ability to protect themselves? And when I'm talking about protecting themselves, I mean just like this woman, a woman who was raped as a Temple student and is an advocate for the Second Amendment. Who is she? She's Savannah Lindquist. And her story, as we can see, is that a man that she thought was her friend, raped her. And as he did so, she thought that the handgun her grandfather had bought for her 10th birthday, the handgun that was sitting in her house in Virginia, 300 miles away from her, instead of on her hip or at her bedside. The handgun Lindquist believes could have saved her life. That night in 2016 became the dynamite that blasted away Lindquist's life path, derailing her dream of being her family's first college graduate. In an instant, her views on gun rights morphed from theoretical to rooted in traumatic personal experience. If carrying firearms on campus were legal, she believes her Kel-Tec gun would have been in her apartment and she would not have been raped. I want to ask Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, what are you saying to Ms. Lindquist? What are you saying to the women who defend themselves with firearms against rapists, muggers, deranged individuals? What are you saying to fathers of children who are trying to save their families? Not long ago, there was a story in Florida of a pregnant woman, 9 months pregnant in Florida, that protected her family with an AR-15 from 2 assailants that were trying to kill them. But let's go further, because it is shocking and amazing to hear representatives say they want to destroy the Second Amendment. And please don't think that I'm exaggerating this. I'm going to show you what I mean. This is Bill H.R. 127. It has been renamed to the Sabika Sake Firearm Licensing and Registration Act. It was formerly called the Licensing of Firearms and Ammunition Possession and the Registration of Firearms, and to prohibit possession of certain munitions. Yes, that was a mouthful. So, like many of the members of Congress, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee decided to rename it, to name it after a woman, to then make it more attractive and appealing, and to hide the negative impact of this law on women, on children, families, and men across this nation. So let's go to the text. What does Bill H.R. 127, the Sabika Sikh Firearm Licensing and Registration Act, actually say? And I'm going to read this with you now that it has finally, 24 days later, been revealed to the American public. Licensing of firearms and ammunition possession, registration of firearms. The Attorney General, through the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms and Explosives, often called the ATF, shall establish a system for licensing the possession of firearms or ammunition in the United States, and for the registration with the Bureau of each firearm present in the United States. Let me pause there. She has required that you will need a license for every firearm in the United States, and that you would need a license for ammunition for that firearm in the United States. This is insane. And I don't mean it's kind of sort of insane. This is absolutely insane. As we go over, and you can look at this article from the Brookings Institute, and all of the links for everything that I am describing will be in the YouTube description, so that you can see this at your leisure in full. But speaking about gun sales and unintended consequences, there are more guns than people in the United States. 400 million are in circulation. 400 million guns are in circulation for a population of 330 million people. In just the first 6 months of 2020, approximately 19 million firearms have been sold, representing more than one firearm for every 20 Americans. In fact, it's estimated that there could be as many as 165 million Americans that own a firearm, roughly 1 in 2 Americans, and each of those Americans own, on average, approximately 2 to 2.5 firearms. We know that at the end of the year, an additional 5 million Americans bought firearms, and that was after Joe Biden became elected, because the fear is real, because of bills like H.R. 127. And again, just in this first paragraph, let's have a clear understanding of what we're talking about, because we would have to register 400 million firearms. This is from a government that can't count mail-in ballots. This is from a government that took 24 days to print a text. 24 days. And they're looking to have a list, 400 million guns, a database that large, held in the government where? Accessible to who? For what reason? But I want to look at something entirely different. Because we know that in any given year, there are roughly, according to the CDC, there are roughly 14,414 homicides by firearms in the United States each year, on average. Now, that's out of a population of 330 million people. But instead, we want to do simple math. This, out of the 19 million new firearm owners in the United States in 2020 alone, The total number of firearm homicides amount to 0.0% of the population. Let me say that again. 0.07% of the population. That means that gun owners are 99.93% law-abiding citizens. Overwhelmingly, to a degree that is almost 100%, American citizens are not the problem when it comes to firearms. American citizens like Savannah Lind are not the problem when it comes to firearms. They use the firearms to protect themselves and their families from rape and murder and criminals. But let's go back to the text. So, being very clear here, it goes on to say that the firearm registration system, under the Bureau of Firearm Registrations, under the firearm registration system, the owner of a firearm shall transmit to the Bureau the make, model, serial number of the firearm, the identity of the owner of the firearm, the date the firearm was acquired by the owner, and where the firearm is or will be stored. Also, a notice specifying the identity of any person to whom and any period of time during which the firearm will be loaned to the person. So if anyone borrows your firearm, you have to notify the government so that they know where that gun is. If you have it, you have to tell them when did you get it, where it is, how it's being stored. And I have to ask a question. How does that make you safe? How? Just in this, assuming that somehow the gargantuan attempt of 400 million registrations were to be done by the United States government that cannot print a document in less than 24 days, assuming that we were able to do that, please let me ask you, why does the government need to know where you store that firearm in your house? How does that protect you from a criminal? How does that protect you from a rapist? How does that protect you from the insane? How? Why does the government need to know that? Why is this being said when we understand that the Second Amendment shall not be infringed? You have the right to keep and bear arms, and it shall not be infringed. And yet, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee wants to know exactly where you've put that firearm, exactly what kind of firearm it is, exactly who has access to that firearm at all times of the day. Why does she need to know that? How does that protect you? Let's go further. The deadline for providing this information is within 3 months after the effective date of this bill or at the time that you receive a firearm. So you are to do this immediately or else. And the or else we are going to get to because it is vitally important you understand how they are going to deny you your Second Amendment rights. This is a punishment. Absolutely, without equivocation, this is meant as a punishment. They are going to punish you for having the right to have a firearm. I will clarify and explain that in this text very shortly. So, we want to make sure that we understand this. The license, because she said there is a license, and we have to ask the question, what does this license do? Why do we need a license? Well, the license, except as otherwise noted, means that you must be 21 years of age. And after you apply for the license, by the way, by saying that you have to apply for a license, it means that the government can choose to deny you that license. The government has the right to pick and choose who will and who will not receive a firearm. If that wasn't the case, you wouldn't need to apply. You would just fill out the form. So this is a request. This is given your power, your right, your Second Amendment constitutional right. By this bill being accepted, you no longer have that. You have now transferred your freedom and your right to the government. And they can choose if you can have that right based on their qualifications and their decision at the time. So after applying for the license, which you may or may not receive, you're going to go through a criminal background check. No big deal. And it's going to determine whether or not you violated any of several other laws that may prevent you from having a firearm, such as taking medication to help you go to sleep or to deal with anxiety, or if you're using medical marijuana, or any number of other limiting factors. You would have to go under a psychological evaluation. You have to go in and have an evaluation, again, where is the manpower to make sure that this could happen? Where are we getting the people to conduct these psychological evaluations? Where is the money coming from to create this list, to create this database, to conduct these licenses, and to issue these applications, to process the applications, and to hold a psychological evaluation for 165 million American gun owners? It is not possible unless you don't allow 165 million Americans to have firearms, and you cut that number down severely. Then it would be manageable. The third point of getting the license, which you may be denied for, is having a training course. Now, this is the one point that I will stand by, not as a requirement of the government, but I believe for any firearm owner, you should be trained in the firearms that you have, and you should be able to use them proficiently. That's just a matter of safety and effectiveness. So I do agree with that one point. But that by no means means that I agree with anything else that Representative Sheila Jackson Lee has stated. She has a good intern to get that one thing in. The fourth item is that you will have to demonstrate that you have an insurance policy. Now, this has been floated around in 2019. It is returned, and it's in several states like New York State, where this idiotic idea that every single American who owns a firearm must own an insurance policy. Why? Why must we do that? To generate income for various businesses, and more importantly, the United States government, so that they can collect fees besides the fees that they're already collecting for the license, to be able to get more fees? To put a higher level of burden on the American citizens to prevent them from being able to have their right to a firearm? And this is something that Sheila Jackson Lee should really be sensitive about, because the people this is going to affect the most are the poorest Americans, and that tends to be, in America, minorities. She is targeting minorities. We love to hear from the Democrats. The Democrats love to tell us that they are a party that stands for minorities. They love to tell us that they are sensitive to minorities. She is targeting minorities with this bill. She is making it out of the ability of the average American, and in particular the average minority in America, to have the time to go through a criminal background check and pay the fee for that, to go through a psychological evaluation, taking time off work to get that done, to go through a training course and the cost of that training course, and to then further have an additional cost laid upon them for insurance on that license. Can you imagine? Just think, what would be the insurance to own a firearm in Chicago, in Baltimore, in Detroit? Oh yes, those are the worst cities in the nation. In fact, they're some of the worst cities in the world. But what about the rest of the nation? What about New York City? What about LA? What about New York State? How many states do we have to go through? What happens if there's a robbery that happens, a bank robbery, just a mugging that happens? Are your insurance rates going up? And what happens when you can't afford that insurance? We're going to get to that, because Sheila Jackson Lee has that punishment included in this bill. She has that deterrent. So she is trying to make you pay far more than that bill actually, than the actual firearm costs. And she wants to prevent you from being able to afford it. And she wants to target minorities as much as she wants to hit the regular American. Let's move on. military style weapons, which is a talking point for Democrats, even though they don't know what that means. A military style is a look. That's Hollywood. That has nothing to do with the actual effectiveness of a firearm. How it looks does not affect what it does. Somehow, Democrats that are against firearms, the progressive left, don't seem to understand that. And they don't seem to understand that what they see in a movie isn't the reality. But someone who has a, quote, military style, whatever that may mean, would, after applying for the license, would need to do a training course, an additional training course on top of the training course to get the license. So again, making it financially out of the realm of most American citizens. And this includes the training and live fire and storage of the weapon. This is a problem. I mean, we're going through this, and this is insane. Now, they do include that individuals prohibited by federal law, ex-cons wouldn't be able to have a firearm, individuals that have been hospitalized with a mental illness, a disturbance, or diagnosis, including depression, would not be able to have a firearm. That is something that's... Depression isn't permanent. It isn't a permanent disability. People have difficult times in their lives, but just because you may go through a difficult time in your life, you lose not only any property you have, but you would lose it in the future as well. This is a problem. I want to go on, and you can read this for yourself. Again, the link will be in there. And remember that this license is going to have to be renewed. So it's not like you get it one time and you have it for your lifetime. This is an issue that will have to go over. Every 3 years, you will have to go through this monetary expense again and again. And also the time expense. You'll have to take time off work to make the application, to get the psychological review, to go in and pay the fees for all of this again, because you own a firearm to protect your family, to protect yourself, to defend against rape. Again, I have to ask that these women, this 9-year-old, this young woman, Savannah Lindquist, a rape survivor, I don't see how this is making them safer. Let me ask you again, getting this license, and this is just a license for the firearm. We haven't even addressed the license for the firearm for ammunition, which is a separate process. Again, adding to the cost to make it financially out of the realm of the average American citizen so that they are denied the ability to have a firearm. And this gives the Democrats the ability to say, I didn't deny you your Second Amendment rights. It's still on the books. You just can't afford it. You can't afford to go through the loopholes and jump through all of our paperwork to be able to get this done. That's not my fault. You just need to make more money. By the way, they're raising your taxes so you can't have more money. This is a problem, but again, I come back to this same thing. Looking at the entirety of the idea of a license that has to be renewed every 3 years, how does this make the American citizen safe? 99.93% of Americans are law-abiding citizens. How does this make them safer? How does this prevent someone who is a criminal or criminally insane from committing a crime? This would be the same silence you're hearing is the same silence that would come from Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, a woman who does not even understand what an AR-15 is and cannot describe it. She's probably never held one in her life based on her description of it. This is a problem. But this isn't the worst of it. I'm actually going to skip through, and by the way, military-style weapons are now going to be defined by their name. not by the action of that firearm, not by its capabilities, but by the name. So if you have a Beretta AR-70, a Colt AR-15, if you have a Kalashnikov, a Uzi, a Steyr AUG, well, then you're done. You can't have it. It's a military-style weapon. Since when? Since when did military style become a name, a brand? That has nothing to do with the capabilities of the firearms, which a military style weapon, a military firearm is an automatic firearm. Automatic, not semi-automatic, automatic, which these firearms are not. But let's go further. And I'm going to skip through the rest of it. Even though there's a lot of problems in this bill, a lot of issues, and repeated levels of steps that require people to spend more and more money and giving the government more and more opportunities to say, no, you can't have that, and denying people their rights as defined by the Second Amendment. But the thing that gets me is I want to get into the penalties. And in the penalty section, we see here that whoever knowingly violates shall be fined not less than $75,000 and not more than $150,000, imprisoned not less than 15 years and no more than 25 years. Let's be clear. This is a fear tactic. You are going to be terrified. Oh my God, if I don't get my license every 3 years, if I can't afford the process to get the license every year, if I can't afford to own the gun and the bullets and all of that, then you will be fined $75,000. At least, possibly $150,000. And or you may be thrown in jail for 15 years of your life. Can you imagine that? Imagine, and I want you to think about this. This is Savannah Lindquist, again, the woman who survived a rape at Temple University, who believes that if she had had her firearm with her, she would not have been raped. I don't know her age. Let's assume she's 21. Let's assume that she's 24. I don't know. So I'm going to make, for this example, we're going to say she's a 24-year-old woman. She's just out of college. Or she's in college. In fact, she is a student in college, which means she can barely afford, she can't afford a tuition. That's why she has student loans. She may be working through college, which means she can barely afford her apartment and her food. And if not, she's probably got a job anyway, just because students need money. We know this. College students are not known for being independently wealthy. That's why we have student loan debt that's so high, because colleges cost that much. So this woman who is barely able, if we say this young woman who is in college and is barely able to afford the fact that she's going to college, she now has to come up with the money and the time to take a psychological test, to make an application, to pay the fees for that application, to buy a firearm, and then to get an entirely separate application and a separate license to be able to afford ammunition. And if in that process she failed to do any of that, then she's going to be fined $75,000. In this case, she has a firearm that was gifted to her by her grandfather that she would still need to get a license for. This is a gift that was given to her, and she would still need to go through that entire process, coming up with the money for that license that the government may still deny her for. And if she doesn't do it, even though she's gotten this gift from her grandfather, and so she possesses it, she would possibly go to jail for 15 years while in college. She would have to pay $75,000 on top of her student loans because she was poor. That doesn't seem to be very fair. Or how about we understand it from another point of view? That she is depressed because she had someone who raped her. And because she was raped, she was depressed. But she wants to take care of her Second Amendment rights. She wants to protect herself from that rape in the future. And she goes through the process. She gets the money together to be able to afford the licensing programs that are there as a barrier. And she affords that and goes to the psychological exam, and they determine that in the past she was depressed. Not then, not that day, but she was depressed in the past because she had been raped. And this is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today.
Eric Holder, the Attorney General of the United States, admitted he has not read the Arizona immigration law.
I know it is a difficult task to stand up in front of our peers and say to Congress and say that Congress has failed to listen to voters.
You here at CPAC said yes to President Donald Trump in 2016, and I know you're going to say yes to
She was very aware that she had the flag in her hands and that the flag was dragging on the ground. That is a intentional action. She knows what she is doing. She then drops the flag.
Understand the logic, and we see this in social media on a regular basis, and it's something that Newsweek decided not to tell you about.
Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, a representative in Congress who is writing laws to deny American citizens their rights, has no idea what she's talking about.
And they are against the vaccine mandate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, you support that?
Last time I checked, there were not a lot of planes crashing into each other at airports, right? You can meet a very, very stringent accuracy rate when it's important, when it matters, like in federal elections.
The quote from Joe Biden where he is admitting that he is willing to lie to the American people. Hey everybody, we're back. That's right. And I think perfect. We're back on time. We try our very best. And I thank you for all for being here with us and sticking on to the program. And to answer, we got a comment from Rumble from Didi Lion, or is it Didi Leon? I'm not quite sure. But Didi wanted to let you know what you just saw was actually coverage of H.R. 127. This was a anti-Second Amendment bill that was being proposed in 2021. Now, we in part showed that because that is part of the coverage and part of what we do, not just us, but over at the, what do you call it? Oh, God, I can't even think right now. Literally walked just at the Liberty First Foundation on Wednesdays with our conversation. And it's part of the reason why we have been nominated, along with the Liberty First Foundation, for the Gundy Awards. As you can see here, the Gundys, which is for gun rights advocates and the gun industry, the firearm industry in the United States. And our association with the Liberty First Foundation in the top voices of the Second Amendment in America, sponsored by Gun Owners of America, we are on the list. It's a pretty exclusive list, and when you think about YouTube and social media in general, that we're competing against thousands, if not tens of thousands, of other websites and YouTube and individuals like Coleon Noor, and others. DC Drano as another one that we're in competition with that we didn't know about. We were submitted and now we're in the running for it. So hopefully people will vote for us. I know Miss K out of Australia did vote for us. Others can vote as well. And hopefully we'll do well. I'm not expecting that we'll beat necessarily DC Drano or Coleon Noor because they are internationally famous. But, we might. because we have the qualifications for it. We cover a lot more than they do, but who knows? We shall see. So that's the reason why we were playing that video. And it's also good for us to remember the things that have been said to us in the past, how we've been told over and over again. Gun control will protect you. It will save your life. For 50 years, 5 decades, we have been told gun control will save you. If you, the legal law-abiding citizen, 99.994%, that's a literal number, it's not being hyperbolic, 99.994% of all gun owners in America are legal. So if we restrict those legal law-abiding citizens, you're going to be safe. Of course, the criminals don't care. The mentally deranged don't care. And those gun laws don't protect you from them. Gun-free zones don't stop mass shootings or school shootings. That's just the facts of life. That is the reality. No matter how you may feel, that is the reality. And there is a big difference between what you feel is going to make you safe and what does make you safe. Gun control doesn't make you safe. And as you can see from our in-depth coverage of the bill, something that you didn't see on MSNBC or CNN, ABC, the New York Times, they didn't go into the details of what does the bill do? How does it supposedly protect you? How does it benefit you? No one really goes into that. We do. We take the time to let you know the details because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe an informed public is a better public, and we make better laws that way. Obviously, H.R. 127 didn't pass, and that's in part because people like us, like the Liberty First Foundation and many others, spoke out and said, this is a dumb idea. This bill doesn't work. It doesn't protect us. It only takes away our rights and our freedoms. It does nothing to benefit us. And thus it didn't pass. But if we weren't taking the time to actually tell you the details, and all you saw were the headlines that this is going to make you safe, it's going to protect you, you would think it's true, and you probably reelect that person. It's kind of like Governor Hochul. She said the New York City subways are completely safe. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. And then she sent in 750 National Guard troopers with armed with bulletproof vests and the M4 into our subways. And you still had people getting stabbed to death. You still have people who are being shot to death on the subway. So you're not safe. And she lied. Media won't tell you that. They're approved. They have the approved messaging that says, she said you're safe, therefore you must be safe. I have the reality. People still get shot and stabbed often on the New York City subways, even with 750 National Guard members in our subway systems. Which one do you want to believe? The truth? Or what you were told to believe is the truth? Big difference. So that's one of the things that we try to do here on the channel. I also wanted to clarify something that in Mexico, I wanted to clarify that the tariff that Donald Trump has conditionally said would apply, 25%, that's if Mexico doesn't stop the illegal aliens from entering into the United States. That's why it was so important, why I was talking about the cost isn't the tariff. The cost is those children, those women, those men who are being abused by drug cartels, that are being abused by sex gangs and sex slavers, those who are going through 1,000-mile treks, those children who are being abused just because their parents sent them alone to walk 2,000 miles to get into America. This is all criminal and deplorable in the worst aspects, and we wanted to stop that. And what Donald Trump said is, if you don't stop these people, if you don't enforce the fact that your nation, Mexico, is a first stop for asylum, if you don't try to take those people in, if you don't hold them back, you're going to pay an extra 25% tariff. And what has Mexico done? They stopped 2 of the caravans. Now, there's been caravans of the size of about 1,500 people. That's not that big compared to what we've seen in the past, caravans as big as 15,000 people. So obviously, illegal aliens, it seems, have been hearing and are preparing for Donald Trump being in, the border being closed effectively, that it will be harder to get back into America. And so they won't be able to come in numbers that they have been, 8 million, if not more, to date. And we will see a drop in the number of known and suspected terrorists that will come into America. Under Donald Trump for 4 years, we had 13, I'll say it again, we had 13 known and suspected terrorists enter into America across our borders. Under the Biden-Harris administration, in 3.5 years, we had a 3,400% increase. We had over 378 known and suspected terrorists enter into America. That is massive. So we're going back down, and that's a good thing. And Mexico, well, they're going to stop the migrant caravans, the illegal aliens. They're breaking that up. That's good for America. That's good for Mexico. It's good for everybody. So I'm looking forward to that. So I did want to clarify that. Now, before the break, I was asked a question. And for those who are catching up with us, I always love to respond to your comments, whether it's a super chat, whether it's just regular chat, whether it's on Rumble, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook or any of the media that we receive. We always try to respond to you as fast as we can. Now, Graham had asked the question that he has heard that some Trump supporters urge Donald Trump to invest the U.S. Treasury in Bitcoin. And I've heard people suggesting that as well. I've heard it before. They've made the suggestion to Joe Biden. They've said it to Kamala Harris. There is a large group of individuals over at the Bitcoin convention. They were looking for any elected officials to support Bitcoin over the U.S. dollar as a replacement or a supplement to it. And so this is not new. It isn't just a MAGA or it isn't just Donald Trump. It's something that's been around for a couple of years now. What do I think about the idea of using Bitcoin in place of the US dollar? There's two parts to that. There's the Bitcoin part, and then there's the digital currency part. So let me explain both. In terms of Bitcoin, I don't like Bitcoin. I don't like digital currency in general. This is me. I have a problem with them because fundamentally there is an issue with any digital currency. Two problems. So specifically on Bitcoin, what is the value of Bitcoin? Now I know people will go, well, in the stock market right now, it's trading at about 80. That's not a value. That's the cost. The cost of Bitcoin is 80,000 or whatever the bid sell is right now. It bounces back and forth. It goes up, it goes down. That's the cost of Bitcoin. That's what it costs to purchase it. And that's the trade. That's the commodity. That's not Bitcoin itself. What is the value of Bitcoin? What is its core, intrinsic, absolute value? Let me try and make that clear. So this pen has a core intrinsic value. If you break it down, all of the parts, the plastic, the ink, the metal, they have a absolute intrinsic value. This pen has an absolute intrinsic value. Now, I buy this pen. Let's make it, let's say it's $1. This pen is worth $1 as an example. That's what I would buy it retail or manufactured, doesn't matter. That's the cost of the pen. That's not the value of it. The value is the cost of the plastic, of the ink, of the metal, and of the labor. Those are the costs. Those are the intrinsic values of that pen. What it costs to create it. What it costs in its raw materials. That's the intrinsic value for the pen. What is the intrinsic value of Bitcoin? There isn't one. It doesn't exist. Like all digital currency, its intrinsic value is the feeling, the trust that people have in that currency at any given moment. There is nothing beyond faith and trust in that currency. And in particular, when it comes to digital currency, in the blockchain, that it is, that it cannot be corrupted, that it can't be artificially duplicated or forfeited. That's the intrinsic value, is that it's safe. And you trust that it's safe. And as long as you trust that it's safe, it has a value. And that's it. And it's only worth that because people feel like it's got a value, that they feel that it's safe. There is no intrinsic value to it. It's not a real asset. It's an immaterial asset. You cannot, and I do not believe it is sound economic policy to base an economy of a nation, especially a large nation, on an immaterial, non-intrinsic currency. There's nothing behind it. There's no asset. And so I fundamentally don't like that. And it's part of the reason why I've never invested in Bitcoin. I probably should have. I know I had opportunities to buy it far, far cheaper than where it is today. Probably could have made a lot of money. But it doesn't make sense to me because it doesn't have an actual intrinsic value, which to me is part of any investment. I have to understand what is its intrinsic value so then I can understand whether or not the purchase price is overinflated or underinflated. And this comes out of my experience with being a stockbroker in the 90s during the dot-com bubble. A lot of companies had intrinsic values of negatives. They were in debt. They never had made a single sale, but they were trading at multiples higher than well-established businesses. They were in the hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, some of these companies. And they all blew up because they had no intrinsic value or such a severely smaller intrinsic value that it collapsed. And that was when the dot-com bubble burst. That's 2000. And a lot of people lost a lot of money because they were invested in things they should never have invested, or at least not at those levels that they invested. And so they had a big loss. Now, I know people, I've talked to many people about Bitcoin, and they've suggested how it's not a bubble and it won't burst. And it's okay, as an individual, you can take that risk. You may or may not agree with that. That's up to you. I'm not giving you that financial advice at this moment. I get paid for telling people about financial advice. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. But I'm not trying to give you financial advice, but I'm trying to understand you can't take that risk as a nation. You may have an extra $500 or $5,000 or even $500,000 as an individual that you're willing to risk. As a nation, we have a national debt. 350 million people rely on the economy of the United States. It's one of the reasons why we do so much to try and stay out of recessions as long as possible, to get through recessions as quickly as possible, and how we try to not get into a depression because it is intrinsically damaging to the people of that nation. It destroys lives when we make a mistake. Which is why many politicians try to just kick the can down the road and maintain the status quo because they don't want to change anything because it's going to affect tens of thousands, at the minimum, tens of thousands of lives, if not 350 million lives. So that's a safe bet. And we see that. And it has its own problems in kicking it down the road and not making any changes where obviously change is necessary. But that's my problem with Bitcoin. And that's why I would never suggest Bitcoin as a national currency. Because intrinsically, there is nothing to it except the feeling that people put into it. And if that feeling changes, the value changes, and there is no price on, you can never put a price on a feeling. When people are exuberant, prices will skyrocket, and there is no height that it cannot go to. When people are upset, things can go to zero. And you can't do that for a national currency. You can't wake up one morning and because everyone's happy that day or they're sad that day, the value suddenly changes and everything, your economy is suddenly upside down because people felt good or bad that day. That's just not sound fiscal policy. So that's my problem with Bitcoin. Now, some people do suggest as an alternative, well, there's digital currency, which is almost essentially the same as Bitcoin, except it's owned by the government. So they would come out with their own version. Let's call it the U.S. greenback. The greenback, it would be the digital currency. And that would represent the United States. Instead of a dollar, we would have a digital greenback. And you could use that like you use regular money. Now, the difference between a greenback, in my example, and Bitcoin is there is an intrinsic asset, an intrinsic value to the greenback. And that would be the assets of the United States, our land, our resources, our people, and the labor of the people of the United States. Basically, the GDP of the United States would be the asset for would be the asset for the greenback. So it answers the one intrinsic problem I have. And so you would have less fluctuation in the value of that digital currency. The greenback would trade kind of like the dollar trades because it has the same assets behind it. True, that answers one of my big problems with digital currency. Here's the other problem, especially with digital currency more than with Bitcoin, but still kind of in the same realm. They can turn it off. See, it's digital. So every time there's a purchase made, that blockchain shows where that currency went, who had it, who gave it to them, who has it, and where was it used? Where did it go? What did it purchase? It's the entire history of that person and their lifestyle. You talk about data mining. If you go into the blockchain of someone's, and if you look at the blockchain of currency, digital currency, you can learn everything about someone. Where did they get it? Who did they get it from? What did they use it for? Where were they at when they did that? Both of these transactions. You track enough of it, you can have an entire person's profile. A very accurate profile that you can't get now, even with credit cards, because people use cash instead. Even with debit cards, you can't track as much because people could use cash. Or they can use alternate means, whether it's online or otherwise. So you can't really, you can get a very good picture, but you can't get the exact picture. You can't trace it as well. Bitcoin or digital currency does allow for that. And because all of the digital currency, in this case, the example we're calling greenback, since it's issued, it all emanates and starts from the United States government. The United States government can track that chain everywhere it goes for every person. So they're violating the Fourth Amendment, your right to privacy, on every single person, because they'll always know where that currency is and how it's being used. And you'll say, well, that's good. Terrorists can't use it. We'll know if the terrorists have it, and we'll know where the terrorists are. And we can track down all of the terrorists. That's true. But you'll also be able to do that to every single American citizen. And they have an intrinsic, absolute, and a priori, a higher priority right to privacy than anything else. That comes first. In addition to the Fourth Amendment violation that would be intrinsic in having a national digital currency, there's the other problem. It comes from the government. they can turn it off. They can break your chain. They can stop that currency from being accepted. They have control over that currency since they created it, and they can track it. And it is, in essence, the government's currency. You just happen to be using it, but it's the government's currency. You don't possess it. So you don't have possession. And that means that the government, if they don't like what you're buying, they can stop you from buying things. They can cut off your digital wallet, and they can shut that on you. And they can take it away from you. That is an inherent problem of digital currencies controlled by world banks or governments. And it's very much like the social credit system we see in China and in other proposed in other nations. If the government doesn't like what you're doing, since they can track so clearly and so accurately everything that you are doing, when you get on the wrong side of whichever administration or whoever's in charge, they can just starve you out. They can just punish you. And so political punishment, which would be a violation of the 8th Amendment, suddenly becomes a factor. So just imagine if Joe Biden in 2022 had the ability to shut off the digital currency, the greenback, of every American who didn't get the jab. Imagine how that would have affected tens of millions of Americans. Imagine that. Now he said, oh, well, because remember, it was in December 2021 that Joe Biden was saying, if you didn't get the jab, you were a danger to America. You were dangerous. You were evil. You were a problem. And he was tired of dealing with you. Remember that? He said he is tired of you. He's run out of patience for you. Well, if he had no more patience and he wanted to punish people for not obeying his mandate, which was unconstitutional to start with, then imagine if he also had access to the digital currency, let's call it greenback, and he could just turn it off. You didn't get the greenback? You only get to use the U.S. digital currency as long as you get the jab. And every time you don't get the jab, because you were supposed to get, every 2 months, every 3 months, something like that, every so often, you're supposed to get a dozen different shots every year. And if you miss your shot, your currency got cut off until you got that jab, and then they turn it back on. Well, that's authoritarian. That's a dictatorship. It's absolutely not freedom, and it's political punishment. Again, violation of 8th and 4th Amendment, but it's realistic. I do not support that. So for those two reasons, and I'm just using those two, there are other reasons even beyond that, but with just those two reasons, I do not support Bitcoin replacing the dollar, nor the U.S. having a digital currency. The danger that comes inherent with it is far more than the ease of use that it would provide. And so it's not worth it. To me, I don't believe that's worth it for a nation, and especially a nation of free people. It's counterproductive to freedom. Now, I know there are people who love Bitcoin. I know there are people who love their digital currencies. And they'll say, oh, but you just don't understand. Maybe. I don't think my understanding is, I'm not naive. It's not that I don't understand the general use of it. I'm not saying that I'm an expert, by no means. But those concerns don't go away regardless of the currency, regardless of who controls it or how it goes out. Those two concerns remain in every single digital currency, whether created by a government or created by other individuals. It's always the same problems. So I don't support it. I hope that answers your question, Graham. I hope that answers it for other people who had a similar question. And if there are people who love Bitcoin and they have an answer to those two issues, those two big issues, there are others. But if you have an answer to that and say, oh, no, Mike, you just don't understand. Here's the answer to that. I'm always happy to hear it. And maybe I would reevaluate my position based on a solution to those two problems. But I've had those two issues for a very long time now, several years now. And I've known many people who are deeply into Bitcoin, including family members who are very much into Bitcoin and other digital currencies. And not one person has been able to show me a secure way to get around those two issues. So I don't think it's good for a nation. So that's the Bitcoin thing. I hope that answers that. That being said, let's go on to other domestic issues. And again, folks, if you agree or disagree, because it is absolutely welcome on this channel, we're not progressives. If you disagree, chat me, send me a chat message, send a comment in the show after it's live, if you're seeing it after it's live, or call into the program, 929-715-8569. Tell me why. And of course, please like, share, subscribe. We survive, and we can only answer your questions and go over in detail some of the issues, like what's happening with Syria, what's happening with the tariffs. We can only really address any of this because of your support, because of your support of us in free speech, by giving us that like, that share, and most of all, because you subscribe and help us get to our goal. We want, by the end of the year, to hit 2,000 subscribers, and next year to hit 5,000. Not looking to be the number one podcast in America. That's Joe Rogan. I'm not trying to replace Joe Rogan. I can't. I'm not even going to try. I'm not trying to be Tucker Carlson. I can't. I'm not going to try. I'm Michael Voss. This is No Soundbites Allowed. And that's all we want to be. And I think 2,000 to 5,000 subscribers is realistic and fair. And if you want, I know it's the holiday season, you may want to join our Patreon. It's $1.50 per month. Less than a cup of coffee. A regular cup of coffee. Less than that. Or you can maybe one time, because it's the holidays and you say, hey, I want to just give you a $5 or $20. Okay, you can go to Patreon and you can make PayPal, and make a donation there. Not a problem. Whatever you wish. But all we ask for, subscribe. I know over 66% of the people who watch this show live or afterwards, you're not subscribed. Come on. Just hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. It's not going to cost you anything. And it will make sure that we're here next week too. So, yes, I want to plug the show, because we have to plug the show. Otherwise, the show doesn't move forward. All right. That being said, let's go and talk a little bit about domestic. We've already been talking about the international and covering some of the things that have been happening this week. While America has been getting ready for Thanksgiving, the rest of the world kept moving. And we addressed how they've been moving and how that's going to affect America and how America can affect the rest of the world, especially in light of Donald Trump coming in. One of the things which is kind of related to what we were talking about with Mexico and talking about the illegal aliens and their caravans trying to come into America, well, it doesn't just end with Mexico, because right now, Cornell University, and remember, Cornell University is where they have professors who are teaching students who were cheering the genocide, the attempt at genocide, the murder of innocent civilians on October 7th, 2023. That was Cornell University. It was some of their professors who were out saying how they were giddy and excited about the murder of civilians, because Hamas wants everyone to believe the same God that Hamas believes in. Cornell, that same Cornell University, has been alerting their international students. That means illegal aliens. That means students who have visas, who have overstayed their time in America, And they have been warning those international students that there is a likely Donald Trump travel ban. Now, where are they getting that from? They're pulling it out of their buttocks. No one has talked about a travel ban. Mind you, there was a travel ban under Obama. There was a travel ban under Trump. There is a travel ban under Biden. It exists right now. But the difference between Obama and Biden and Trump is that the Democrats got a pass because they're Democrats. Trump got demonized because he's Donald Trump. And they want you to think it's about religion. No, it's not. They want you to think it's about being racist of some sort, or perhaps even sexist in some cases, or against some xenophobia, something against various ethnicities. It's not. It's about safety. See, even though under the Biden administration we had a 3,400% increase, according to the Custom Border Patrol. I've done the show on this before a couple of Sundays ago. I showed you the links, showed you where the government, United States government under Joe Biden has said this already. This is data. It's empirical. This isn't me guessing. That is a fact. So what we're seeing is Donald Trump is going to close the border. He's going to close the loopholes. And in particular, he said he's going to have mass deportations. Would that affect students at Cornell University? No, unless they have an expired student visa. One of the ways that we have over 8 million illegal aliens in America, not every one of them is walking 2,000 miles to cross the southern border. Some of them, a far, far smaller portion, but some of them are coming into America as students. They have a 6-month, 9-month, 1-year visa to be in America to study. And when their visa expires, they stay. They never leave. They just go on about their lives and just forget about it. That is still an illegal alien. They're just as much a criminal as the Venezuelan gang member that crossed the southern border, went to Colorado, and is trying to take over apartment complexes right now in Aurora, Colorado. Now, it's a different type of crime. No one got hurt. That's good. So that's a benefit, but it's still a crime. And they're still hurting the infrastructure of America. They're still costing money for you and me. So they're part of those. Now, they wouldn't be in the first tranche of what we have been told by the Trump administration. The mass deportations are to target, and Tom Homan, who is in charge of ICE for Donald Trump, assuming that he gets nominated, he's going to be going after the Venezuelan gang members and the MS-13 members. They're going to go after those gangs and those violent individuals, people who've killed Americans or attempted to kill Americans and steal from Americans, those violent criminals first. Then they will go after the other criminals because they're still criminals. Illegal immigration is illegal. I mean, it sounds silly that we have to say it that way, but it's a fact. And Cornell doesn't want to share that fact with you. They want you to think, oh, well, no, they're just undocumented. Yeah, the lack of document is authorization to be in America. But I had a visa. That was authorization. Yes, and when it was valid, you were fine. It expired. You now are undocumented. You're an illegal alien. That's the legal term. And, if you're going to Cornell for school, law school, or you're going over to Harvard for law school, you should know, illegal alien, it's a legal term. It's a crime. So, the only people that Cornell could tell this to are students with expired visas who aren't supposed to be there in the first place. But if I was a student with an expiring visa, I would want to go to Cornell University because Cornell University supports criminals, and they want their students to become criminals. Remember, in Cornell University, not only did they have professors who were cheering on Hamas killing innocent civilians, they also had a student who professed and admitted publicly that he was a member of ISIS and that he was stalking other students because of their religion, and God knows what he was going to do to them. That's Cornell University. That's the indoctrination that's coming out of our colleges. So if I was a student from North Korea or Syria or Somalia, Iran or Libya, China, yeah, I'd probably be going to Cornell University too. Because when your visa expires and you become an illegal alien and you're supposed to peacefully go back to your own country because you came here to become educated and go home, take that education to your home country and improve your home country, not stay in America. That's not why you were a student. You were getting educated so you go back home and help your country become the best it could be, to make your country as great as it can be. Not America. They stayed. That's a crime. So somehow, Cornell is worried about kids from Venezuela who might be gang members, or Yemen, which would be the Houthi terrorists, kids from Sudan, civil war going on there, and that civil war in the Sudan, that's because of Al Qaeda. When they got released from the prisons, thanks to Joe Biden on September 1st of 2021, yeah, those prisoners, those members of Al Qaeda, they left Afghanistan. Many of them went to Central Africa, including Sudan, and started a civil war there. Myanmar, terrorism. Nigeria, Kyrgyzstan, terrorism. Notice how many terrorist nations of, not the people being terrorists, but major terrorist cells are in these nations. These nations are known today because of their gangs and their terrorist zones. That's Venezuela, that's Yemen, that's Sudan, Myanmar, that's Iran, North Korea, Syria, Somalia. Almost every nation that Cornell is trying to help are hotbeds for terrorism and or violent gangs. And the only people that would be affected by a travel ban would be those who have a student visa that is expired because they're supposed to leave, because they're illegal aliens. And would we have more of them come in? Well, maybe we shouldn't. Because again, we have a 3,400% increase in the number of known and suspected terrorists. It was big news this summer that there were 8 members of ISIS from Tajikistan that was they were living in California for a year. God only knows what they're doing. These are known, recognized members of ISIS. They walked into America because of the open border policy of the Biden-Harris administration. California protected them because of their sanctuary state status. So they weren't telling ICE, they weren't telling the federal government, they were hiding the terrorists in California. This is why the terrorists went to California. They were being protected by California, and these are people who hate America and would kill the very same people that were hiding them because that's their political ideology. That's their terrorist ideology. Cornell's out of its mind. They're out of their mind. First of all, there is no policy. They're making that up. They're making up their own horror story to terrify their own student base. Orange man bad, And they're trying to terrorize their own students. And the students that they're trying to protect tend to come from nations with terrorist cells that have been infiltrating America. And many of them have infiltrated America, sometimes as students. They get the visa, they come over, they say they're going to be a student, then they walk out of the school and you never see them again. That does happen. More often than I would like. Is that the majority? No. Most are coming across the southern border. But it is happening. And it has contributed to the exponential growth of terrorists in America. Yes, we should shut that down. Yes, we should be more selective about who we let into our nation, especially since we have just gone through 3.5, almost 4 years now of everyone and anyone and many criminals coming into America, and they haven't been a benefit. New York is broken. Chicago, Boston, LA, most of the major cities have their infrastructure falling apart because of the open border policy. Yes, we need to be more selective. Yes, we need to close the border. Yes, if you have an expired visa, get out my country. That was the deal. We let you in so you could learn, educate yourself, and go back to your country to improve your home. Go do that. That was the deal. Don't renege on your part. Okay, we got a comment, and that comes from Charles Guaria. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, right? Charles Guaria. Sorry if I got the name wrong. Charles says, "Hey, we love you on Larry Sharp." Oh, thank you. I love being on with Larry. Larry's a good friend, and he has a good show. Forward to watching your show. Well, Charles, I hope you're enjoying it. Not that, I understand. Not everyone will agree. That's okay. But I hope you enjoy seeing what we're covering. I think it's important. So that's one of the horror stories that are coming out right now. But there are realities out there as well. And we need to understand that and separate the two. Because Cornell isn't helping America by hiding people who broke our law with visas that are expired, and without being properly vetted, some of them may be terrorists. They may be adding to the problems that Trump is trying to resolve, that America is trying to resolve. Part of the way to resolve that, and it didn't get a lot of fanfare, but on the 21st, Senator Mike Rounds out of South Dakota put in a bill to abolish the Department of Education. This is part of perhaps the effort that we've seen from Elon Musk and from Vivek Ramaswamy as the leads on the Department of Governmental Efficiency. Excuse me. I think this is a great idea. But it can't be done yet. I've said this before. I'm not against abolishing the Department of Education. When we see what Cornell University is doing, as I just showed you, when we see that Harvard and Columbia are having their students are building up autonomous zones, which are insurrectionist by definition. They violate every local, state, and federal law on purpose. When they are the hotbed for this kind of anti-American sentiment, and these schools are supporting Hamas, a terrorist organization, over anything else, and they're supporting genocide. And remember how many of the presidents of some of these Ivy League colleges had to be replaced because they would not say that genocide is a bad thing. They would not denounce Hamas or genocide in general, as long as it was directed towards Israel. They refused to say that was a bad thing, and they got replaced. Yeah, this is from the Department of Education. This is what has been the result of decades of the Department of Education. Indoctrination. An indoctrination that's so deep and entrenched, our colleges now hate the very people that pay their bills, that make their life possible. Yeah, I think we need to get rid of the Department of Education. We saw in 2020 and still to this day, kids have been taught how to hate. They're creating racism, telling kids that if you're white, you're a criminal, you're evil, and if you're black or if you're a minority, you're a victim and you can't do anything about it. You have no agency, and only the government can fix that for you because you're not a human being. You have no agency. You're just an object, a series of check boxes, and only the government can take care of those check boxes. That's what we are seeing being taught in our schools. Do I think we need to get rid of the Department of Education? I absolutely think we do. I don't know that just making a law is the answer. I think the Department of Government Efficiency is that we have a structure. It's not just turn off the lights, walk away, and we're done. No, we have to make sure states, you have to get ready. States need to be responsible for the students in that state. They have to fund themselves, not rely on the American taxpayer, not rely on the government and ever increasing amounts of debt. They have to make sure they have a proper curriculum, that they can keep up with the needs of their communities, and that they're doing it effectively and efficiently. I don't think that Bill S5384, which of course was not going to go anywhere, the Democrats would not advance that even in a lame duck session. I like the intent. I don't like the function. The bill is a good idea. It's ahead of its time. It's not quite the right way to do it. But I wanted to make sure you knew it's not just Donald Trump. It's not just Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. It's not just libertarians. It's not just all these minor categories that the left wants you to think it's only a handful of people. It's only this one guy. And if you got rid of him, nobody else wants this. Yes, they do. Millions of people do. If we learn nothing from the election, news media and the political agencies on the left lie to you on a regular basis. They want you to think you are the only person that thinks the way you do. They want you to believe that you are alone and that you have to be punished if you are public because they want control. They want power. It's not about making your life better. It's about making sure they keep power. Millions agree with Senator Rounds. Millions agree with the Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and the Department of Governmental Efficiency. Millions of multiple parties. Even Democrats agree with that. Progressives, not so much. Socialists, not at all. But everyone else does. And everyone recognizes that our education system has become an indoctrination system. Our kids no longer critically think about anything. You don't believe me? Think about the movies that are out there right now. How many of them are prequels? The left is so devoid of thought, and they think the audiences are so ignorant that everything has to be explained. Look at the TV shows. They explain everything. You don't infer what a character thinks. They will tell you exactly the thought and the feeling they have every single time in everything that they do. There is nothing that is inferred. There is nothing that is left to your imagination. Everyone has a backstory. Han Solo, how did he get his last name? Did you even care? Did anyone ever think about, how did Han Solo get his last name? No one has ever cared about that. But now we have an answer because they have to fill in the blanks. There is no imagination. Instead of thinking of the Solo family and what might have happened to them, nope, he never had that. That's just someone making up the name. We don't need this. But they think you do because they think you're dumb. And it's because they know the schools were meant to make you dumb. They don't just think you're dumb for no reason. They think that the school succeeded at its job, which was to indoctrinate you, that you weren't supposed to be able to critically think. It's one of the reasons why they want to control free speech. As we went over a month ago, John Kerry, former Secretary of State under Obama and advisor, one of the czars for green energy for the Biden-Harris administration, went to the World Economic Forum and said Democrats need to break the First Amendment to maintain control. It's a video. It's his words. It has been quoted by international news agencies around the world. He said it. And we've heard many Democrats say the same thing. This is part of indoctrination. Does the Department of Education need to go? Absolutely. Not just because we're going to save several $100 billion a year, but because it has failed at its purpose. And its purpose can be better done at the local level, at the state and city. That's what I believe. We do have, Charles mentioned another comment that he said, I did pronounce the last name correctly. Thank you. I'm glad to know that. And he mentions that he's watching the show with Donna. Thank you. Hello, Donna. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. And they are enjoying the show. And they do want to see, and again, Charles is mentioning, wants to abolish the Department of Education. It's not just a Republican conservative thing. Because it isn't efficient. It isn't effective. Why are we spending money on it? Especially when there are better alternatives. Bring it back to the states. That's where it was in the first place. And bringing it to the government hasn't made it better. The reading level of our average student hasn't been going up. It's been going down. The capability of our students hasn't been increasing. It's been decreasing. It was an experiment. The experiment failed. Let's get rid of it. That's what I have to say about that. So, the next part is kind of interesting because we had Thanksgiving. I hope everyone was having a good Thanksgiving. I hope that people enjoyed themselves, that you were surrounded by people that you love, that you were safe and secure, you were living somewhere, you were in some place that was warm, and you were able to be fed. Even if that meant that you could only go into a church and you were there for a couple of hours and got a meal, or that you were at some location. I know the Belmar. I used to live in Binghamton, New York, and I know that the Belmar, every holiday, that's Thanksgiving, Christmas, all the major holidays, they will make food and give that, and people will come and they will give the food to those who are hungry, which is wonderful. I always appreciate that about the Belmar. Ed, you did a great job. Jen, you do a great job with that as well. They feed people. That's fantastic. Hopefully you had one of those situations. Not everyone did. And part of the reason why not everyone did is because, here it is, Joy Reid. Joy Reid is the face of a movement amongst progressives. Not Democrats, not rank and file Democrats. Rank and file Democrats don't agree with this. And all the conversations I've had online, in person, with people of different ideologies from around the country, Democrats don't think that. Progressives think this. The far left think this. Joy Reid is the expression of that far left movement that think they are all encompassing. Their echo chamber with Rob Reiner makes them think everyone agrees with exactly every feeling they have. And then the reality is no one agrees with them. That they are absolutely insane. The second they step out of their echo chambers, they suddenly realize this ain't reality that they're living in. And then they go back into their echo chambers. Instead of actually dealing with the reality that exists, rather than actually trying to address the concerns of real people, they just go back into their echo chamber and forget and say, no, none of that's real. None of that exists. No. I'm here with my feelings, and my feelings are perfect. This is insane. And as an example, the insanity that they went to. Joy Reid spent this week trying to convince the American people that she and her feelings and her political ideology were more important than your family. Joy Reid came out and says that she was unhinged. She told people, if you're MAGA, you should make your own food. You should not be allowed in. That Republicans shouldn't be able to eat with Democrats in their own family. That you had to be separated and punished because you didn't vote the way that Joy Reid wanted you to vote. Isn't that insane? Joy Reid thinks she's so important that you have to vote the way she wants, or you can't be around your family. You can't enjoy a holiday with your family unless Joy Reid approves first. And Joy Reid will only approve if you obey her feelings, whatever they may be at this moment. You voted for Orange Man bad. How dare you? You need to be punished. Your mom now will no longer talk to you ever again. Are you serious? This is, excuse the language here, that's batshit and crazy. That just is. There's no other way to say that. I can't politically say that nicely. It's just batshit insane. One, that she thinks she has that much power over the American people. She doesn't. That's why her ratings are in the toilet. It's why she is losing her audience rapidly. It's why MSNBC is being sold off as a failed asset. It's why Democrats lost, why Kamala Harris lost the 2024 election. Because that's just insane. To think she has that big an ego, and I understand everybody in politics has an ego. I have an ego. You have to be thick-skinned to be in the public eye, to be involved in politics. You need a thick ego. I get that. I'm not worried about that. But she's right there with Keith Olbermann. They're just out of their mind in their insanity that others have to obey them, and to the point of excluding their own family. What, you're supposed to love the Democratic Party more than you love your mom? That you're supposed to respect Joy Reid more than you respect your father? That you are supposed to be more simpatico and connected to this political ideology than your brothers and sisters and nephews and nieces and children? Are you kidding me? I don't even know how she says that. I don't know how that idea gets into her head. I can't understand why her bosses don't just fire her outright. I mean, this isn't a right-left thing. This is, you're invading my family. You're trying to break apart my family. Because that's what this is. This is you injecting yourself into marriages, into families, into relationships. She's trying to micromanage and control everyone. And that's just insanely arrogant. I mean, insanely arrogant to think that she could possibly do that. It's evil. But given that we have the indoctrination, if you went to Harvard, you probably agree with Joy Reid. If you went to Columbia, UCLA, Binghamton University, if you went to the big colleges, you probably agree with Joy Reid. If you went to Howard, if you went to Morehouse, you probably agree with Joy Reid. You probably think, yeah, well, you should be listening to her. She has the right opinion. She is the approved message. That's why Google is pushing the algorithm and making sure that you see her on a regular basis, that you go to see YouTube is pushing the view into your feed every day because they're the approved message. Their insanity, their arrogance is what you're supposed to obey. and they make sure that you get a healthy dose of it every single day. It's going to be shoved into your face until you finally comply. Because they're going to go to everyone who has complied, and they're going to tell them, you can't date them. This is the 4B movement. Oh yeah, you can't date someone outside your political ideology. You can't have sex with, you can't marry someone who's outside your political ideology. You can't have a meal with someone who's outside your political ideology. You have to disown people who are not in your political ideology. This was the message for Thanksgiving, a time for bringing people together, for unity, for messages of peace and harmony in the United States and hopefully around the rest of the world. The world looks to America for our messages, especially during the holidays that we have been blasting out to the world every single holiday. She wasn't trying to be like It's a Wonderful Life. She's not Clarence. This isn't something that's heartwarming, that's supposed to bring people together, make them feel like we're one nation, we're one people. This is divisive. This is equity politics. Do what you are told or else. We're going to break you into little small categories. Here are the people who voted for Orange Man bad, then there's everyone else. You can't sit next to those people. You can't date them. You can't talk to them. You can't be family with them. How dare you, Joy Reid? How does she still have a job? I do not understand that. How does she have a job? Oh, well, Mike, that's just sexist. That's just racist. You're saying that because she's a black woman. No, I'm saying it because she's an idiot. I'm saying it because Joy Reid is out of her mind. I'm saying it because Joy Reid is pushing a message of hate. She's a sexist racist. Let me be very clear. I'll say it again, very wide open. In my opinion, Joy Reid is a sexist racist. And I'm detailing exactly why I think that. That's not me just coming out the blue and just going, oh, yeah, that's a racist. I don't agree, so you're a racist. No, I'm showing you. These are her words. This is what she's been saying all week. I know that she's counting on the fact that her bosses at MSNBC are counting on the fact that you're going to forget this in 3 months. In next week, you're going to forget and they're going to move on to the next news story. But I'm not. I remember what these people have been saying for years. Joy Reid is a sexist racist. Everything is about obey her. And everything you have to obey her about is about promoting her political ideology. And anyone who disagrees with Joy Reid for any reason, you are automatically MAGA, Republican, racist, and sexist. That's according to Joy Reid. The only people who think that you should spend Thanksgiving with people that you love, people who are your family and your friends, the only people who think that are sexist, racist, Republican, MAGA, according to Joy Reid. If that isn't a myopic vision of America, if that isn't warped and twisted and evil, I don't know what is. Joy Reid, you need to go to wherever Rob Reiner went for mental health. You need to have a conversation with someone who isn't in that echo chamber you obviously have surrounded yourself with. You need to get help desperately. And God help us for the small, very small audience that Joy Reid still maintains. I mean, there are many YouTubers, not me, not at the moment, but there are many YouTube channels that dwarf her audience on any given night. Easily, with one video, people dwarf her audience. And I have to say, Joy Reid, there's a reason for that. You're getting paid millions of dollars. There are people in their garages who get more of an audience than you do, Joy Reid. And there's a reason for that. The guy in the garage, the woman sitting in a bathtub with milk and a bunch of Fruit Loops. You know what? I got more respect for them than you, Joy Reid. You're getting millions of dollars to spew hate. And you blame everyone else when you see the hate that you have spewed, when you see it take fruition and grab people, and they are responding to that hate because they are angry, you then turn around, Joy Reid, and call everyone, well, that's a sexist, that's a racist. That's the only reason why they're angry with me. They're sexist and racist. No, Joy Reid, it's because you, Joy Reid, are sexist and racist, and MSNBC is happy to spew racism. That's why that channel is being boxed up and sold. It's why it's been rejected by the public. And it should happen even faster. It needs to happen even faster. Joe says he's seen a few messages, and I have too, messages that say, quote, if you celebrate Thanksgiving, you celebrate genocide, end quote. No, that's not true. But I know they want you to feel like it's true. Yes, I celebrate Thanksgiving because I'm an American and we won. Don't like it? You don't have to. It's just the facts. It's just the reality. You may not like that reality. Joy Reid obviously doesn't like that reality. You have two answers then. You can live in a delusion and be a mental nutcase like Joy Reid. You can be a sexist, racist like Joy Reid, or you can deal with it because that's what life is. You won't like everything in life. You just deal with it. Just because you don't like Thanksgiving for some insane reason, fantastic. You don't have to. No one's making you enjoy it. You want to sit alone in a house in the corner of a room by yourself with the TV off? Fantastic. That's the best way for you because that's what Joy Reid is suggesting. That you should live in your echo chamber completely by yourself and only tap into the rest of the world to see her and people of her ilk as they reinforce that bubble that you lived in. And guess what we call people who do things like that? Cults. Joy Reid, MSNBC are being cultish. Trying to separate people from their families, that's a cult maneuver. That is evil and despicable. If someone disagrees with me on that, please let me know why. I'd be happy to hear why. Seriously. As long as you respectfully tell me, I'd be happy to hear it. Yes, I'm upset. Yes, this angers me. But I will respectfully listen to someone who tells me, no, Mike, you just don't understand. Okay, what don't I understand about what Joy Reid has factually actually said that has been confirmed and she doubled down on? Tell me how she is not being sexist and racist and a cultist when she says these things. But I didn't like Orange Man bad. Don't you get it? She doesn't like Orange Man bad. I don't care. You don't have to like Orange Man bad. You voted against him. Fantastic. You lost. The rest of the country, the majority of the country, 72 million people voted against you. You lost. Deal with it. That's exactly what you said to me in 2020. What's the problem? We've lost before. In 2020, you did not hear a single Republican or conservative or libertarian or third party say you can't have Thanksgiving dinner with your family. You didn't hear any of them say you can't be around your family. In fact, the only people in 2020 and 2021 who were saying that you couldn't see your family were Democrats because they were mandating isolation, which is what a cult does. Let me go on. Obviously, that pissed me off. And that cult mentality, that echo chamber that we are seeing on display by Joy Reid, and she's not alone. Keith Olbermann, right there with her. He's also a racist and sexist. But they're not the only ones. They have a large group of them. They're all failing now, but some of them some of them are, well, how do I say? They're insane. And when I say they're insane, I mean bomb threats. Now, there were supposedly bomb threats that were sent to Democrats. I know that's what the mainstream media wants you to focus on. That's what the mainstream media has been talking all about. Oh my God, Democrats got a death threat. Oh, a handful of Democrats in Connecticut got a death threat. Oh my God, the evil MAGA. Oh my God, this is just, it's the red wave. It's those Republicans. See, we told you they were violent. But that was a reaction because, where is it? Here it is. What happened, what really happened, is that 4 days ago, on Tuesday, pretty much every single member of the Trump cabinet, every nominee, especially in New York City. Initially, we only knew those in New York City. All of them had, or New York State, excuse me, all of them in New York State had received a death threat to them and their family. And it was hyper political. It was about Hamas, that they weren't supporting Hamas. They weren't supporting the terrorists in the Middle East, that they supported Orange Man bad, that these were death threats against the individuals and their families. This is true for not only Lee Stefanik, who I have personally met and I have spoken to before, not only about Lee Zeldin, who's run for governor of New York, but they were against also Matt Gaetz. They were against what's his name? Scott Turner was another one. Where is it? I'm forgetting some of the names. Well, rather than search for the names, it wound up being pretty much every single member of the Trump administration. And they were hyper-personal. And what the mainstream news media didn't want to highlight, which Lee Zeldin did highlight in a tweet, they were targeted to his family and they were political. They were Dearborn, Michigan politics. That was the reason why. They were telling them in the messages, this is because you don't support Hamas. This is because you support Israel. This is because you support Orange Man bad. They made it very clear. This was the far left. This is the Democratic Party's fringe that are vocal and losing their mind. These are the members of the audience for Joy Reid. This is the result of 8 years of fear-mongering from Rachel Maddow. This is the 8 years of denouncement, of demonization by Joe Biden, by Kamala Harris, the Democratic Party, the news media, entertainment, social media, have all been demonizing people for daring to not be part of the cult. And this is the culmination. Again, when Republicans lose, no one sends out death threats. That's not real. That doesn't happen. We don't go into baseball fields and pull out a machine gun and try and shoot all of the opposing party. Democrats do that. They have done that. They are doing that now. I think it's... But they're trying to say, oh, but no, see, but it's happening on both sides. No, it's not. I absolutely believe that this is a fake. I think someone in the Democratic Party sent members in Connecticut a fake death threat message so that it took the heat off of Democrats, because everyone was aware. Internationally, everyone was talking about how Democrats are demonizing and trying to threaten the lives of children. Lee Stefanik's children, Lee Zeldin's children were threatened. Think about that. They were threatening to kill children because they weren't part of the cult, because the echo chamber didn't include them. And that's the only reason why. How dare you not be part of the cult? How dare you have a different opinion, a different solution? That is evil, and they said, we'll kill your children because of it. And to get away from the obvious, inexcusable, irrefutable anger and backlash of that, I am absolutely sure that the Democratic Party sent a handful of messages to Democrats, to their fellow Democrats, to say, see, no, it's not us. It's not really us. It happens to everyone. It's normal. No, it's not normal. I've been in politics for 18 years. 18, actually more years than 18 years. I've been a public figure for a large part of that time. I've run for Congress. I've run for county legislator. I have had multiple people who have threatened my life, who have of all kinds of ways of threatening me. I am very familiar with several members of Congress, both Democrats and Republicans. I know Democrats and Republicans in the New York State Assembly, in the New York State Senate. I know individuals who have run for elected offices of every type across America. And I can tell you that death threats of this nature, targeting these individuals and their children specifically, and attributing that to a specific political ideology, is not normal. But they're like, oh, yeah, they sent me a death threat and it said MAGA. No, that I don't believe. That's like when you hear the left say, well, Republicans have riots too. No, they really don't. I have covered event after event after event. I have live streamed event after event around the country. And I can tell you, the left, when they're angry, they block off roads. They attack people. They riot. They commit acts of arson. They create autonomous zones. This is a fact. We have documented that over and over again. The right sometimes will have a protest and they're done. And that's it. They will protest inside the lines, not stopping other traffic, not assaulting people who disagree with them. That's it. They'll have a protest, they're done. They have a rally, they're done. They go on with their lives. That's not the left. To tell me that what happened in Connecticut is the same thing as what happened to members of Congress, all the Trump nominees, no, it's not. I think that was fake. What happened in Connecticut, what happened to the Trump nominees is the reality. Am I being biased? Maybe. I admit, could be my bias speaking. But my experience and the trend, and this is something that, why did I get some people who have been following me for a while know that I make predictions from time to time on this program about the economy, about food and prices and wars and elections. And I'm right about 80% of the time. I get about 80% of my prediction correct. And the prediction in total is right about 80% of the time. Why is that so consistent? It's one of the highest levels of predictions coming true in the industry of political commentary and working in politics. Because I follow trends. Because I follow the trend of the public, how they're thinking, what is being said, what is happening in the world and in those isolated situations. The trend always is the left is violent when the left is angry, and the left is always angry. The right sometimes will have a protest. They don't break laws. And that seems to make sense. The right is about following the law. Conservatives are about following the law. They change laws, yes, and then they follow those laws over and over again. It's why so many gun owners, 99.994%, are law-abiding. because they follow the law. And that's something that's very, very consistent. The left doesn't do that. It's that easy. You can look at the protests. Look at the roads being closed. Look at them laying in the roads, attacking, going into museums and trying to throw paint on the Mona Lisa. Look at what they do. Look at the autonomous zones. There has never been a right-leaning autonomous zone in America. There are none. Zero. They're all left-leaning, far left. They're all far left, not even leaning. They're far left hives of insurrection. Every single one of them. Chaz in Seattle, Portland, Austin, Boulder, Colorado, Brooklyn, New York, Atlanta. Every single one that you can name. They're all the same. They're the far left and they're hyper violent. Do I think what happened Tuesday, the death threats to all of the Trump nominees, was that real? Yes. Friday, the threat against 4 or 5 members of the Connecticut Democratic Party, were that real? No. No one even knows who the people were in Connecticut. No one even knows any of those Connecticut Democrats. No one. That was an excuse. That was meant to take pressure off of the Democratic Party, to make people think it's not as bad as you think it is. Yes, it is that bad. We need to be honest about it. Because it's the same people as Joy Reid. It's the same people in the Democratic Party. And everyone likes to say, but it's just the progressive wing. It's just the far left. It's State Senator Liz Kruger, New York State Senator Liz Kruger, has been trying to get 4 states. Do I have it here? Yeah. This is from the IB Times. She has been trying to get New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Vermont to secede from America to join Canada, Justin Trudeau, because Justin Trudeau is a progressive, if not a socialist. And she, Liz Kruger, thinks that, well, everyone in New York, it's a bluer than blue state, so everyone's a progressive socialist, right? No. And everyone's a progressive socialist in Vermont and in Massachusetts and in Connecticut, so we all just have to leave. And I love she thinks this is going to be temporary. We're just going to take a vacation. The state of New York, the state of Massachusetts, the state of Vermont and Connecticut are just going to take a vacation from America, and they're just going to join Canada for a while, for 4 years until Trump is gone. Are you completely out of your mind? This is Joy Reid levels of batshit crazy. Truly, it is. She isn't thinking about the consequences to New York State, to any of the states. She's not thinking about the people in the state because, 30% of New York State voted for Donald Trump, which is huge. That's enormous. Similar numbers in Vermont and Massachusetts and Connecticut. The Democrats were switching over too. What about all the people who don't agree, who aren't progressive socialists? What about people who are just Americans? Forget the political ideology. You're just an American. I just want to be in America. I'm an American. What if you're an independent? You have no party affiliation. You watch the Kardashians. You watch the Housewives of dumb shit. And you listen to 90-day sex lives or whatever it is of South Koreans. That's your life. You know nothing about politics whatsoever. What about them? You're telling me they want to be Canadians too? No, they don't. Hell, Hollywood and most of these progressives. I know Ellen DeGeneres. Yes, she went to England, mostly because of the P. Diddy tapes. But yeah, there's 2 or 3 really out of the loop Hollywood celebrities. They left, and everyone else is staying because America is the greatest country in the world. Why in the world would I want to give up being in the greatest country in the world to be in a lesser country And I know my Canadian fans are watching, and I don't mean this disrespectfully. Canada is a lesser. Every country in the world is lesser than the United States in terms of economics, in terms of military, in terms of personal freedom. Lesser. Every nation in the world is less than the United States. We are the king of the hill at the top of the heap. That's a fact. Why would I want to be part of a lesser nation when I am already part of the greatest nation just to make Democrats feel good about themselves because they lost an election? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw him.
He's crying. He came and got me.
Okay. It doesn't make any sense, folks. It doesn't make any sense. We have to recognize the insanity to stop the insanity. We have to recognize the problem to fix the problem. I'm going to answer a couple of these questions and then I'm going to go. It's been about almost 5 hours, so we've had a pretty good show. But let me see here. Joel says, Kruger is the author of the horrific Equal Rights Amendment New Yorkers just voted for. Oh, the Proposition 1? Yeah, that's going to be abused so horribly, it's political. I'm not surprised. Joel goes on to say, shouldn't Kruger be removed from office and charged with sedition for wanting to secede from the United States? It's treasonous. It's insurrectionist. And yes, she should be arrested. She should be removed from office. She should be arrested because it is criminal. But it's New York State. So instead, she's a proud, independent Democrat, and she's a woman, so you can't complain. You're being sexist if you think she's being anything but an American, even though she wants to get rid of America. She wants to break America. Makes no sense. All right. Folks, I've given you a lot to think about. We've covered a lot of ground today about traveling to foreign countries, international politics, which did not stop for the holiday. We've talked about what's happening with the next messing administration, what's happening in our government and our nation and the world. I'm going to have the links for everything that we've been talking about up on the show in about an hour or so that you can see it for yourself. You can read through every one of the articles, come to your own decisions. I look forward to seeing all of your comments. I look forward to seeing each and every one of you. I only ask one thing in this holiday season. You know what? Give me a gift. Just two gifts. Real simple. One, just subscribe. That's it. Subscribe. Help us to get to 2,000 subscribers by the end of 2024. 5,000 by 2025. That's it. In total. That's all. That's simple. It costs you nothing. The other thing I would suggest, if you can support us with $1.50 a month. That's it. $1.50. For an entire month. Well over 30, 40 hours of content every month. We would appreciate that. That means join our Patreon. That's it. That's all it costs. You don't have to. You don't have to do either of them, or you could do both of them, or you can do just one. It's your choice. But it's the holiday season. And if nothing else, because it's free, because it's easy, just click the subscribe button. There's nothing else that'll happen. But it will help us to break through the algorithm of suppression that we deal with. It will help us to reach more people, to share these ideas, and to get more feedback, like we've seen from Joel, and like we were seeing with Charles and his wife, and Donna. I think Charles may be married, I don't know, but Donna, who's with Charles, Graham and Dan M, Miss K, who's over in Australia, Hot Life, who's over in Vietnam. Yes, so we can reach more of these people and others all around the world. Folks, I want you to have, I hope, that as we start this next week and we go in fully into the holiday season, you're going to be happy and satisfied. Yes, you can hear the puppy. I'm going to go take care of him now. Come here. Come here. Do you want to come on camera? Puppy, where are you? No, he's running off waiting for me at the door. Okay, I will talk to you guys again very, very soon. Oh, and let me know what you thought of the sound quality. Better or worse or the same? Put it in the comments. Put in the comments, was the sound quality of this microphone, was it better, worse, or the same as the usual microphones that I use? Okay. Thanks, everyone. I